Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order. If everybody would stand and please join me in the pledge of allegiance. Hands.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have first on our agenda is the consent agenda to approve the minutes from March 17th to 26th. Approve payroll, approve vouchers, approve and allow chair to sign petition of inclusion of NWRW.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
And moved and second to approve the consent agenda. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Next, we have development standards and regulations update. Dawson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. On the DSR, we're still working through basically the uses and the zoning maps. The zoning maps that were provided by the consultant are basically from the public meetings from last summer. So both the TAG group, Technical Advisory Group, and the Planning and Zoning Commission are reviewing those and looking at some proposals that might be a little bit different than what came. We do have some meetings planned. The dates I will give you right now, not necessarily the times at this point, but the dates will be June 9th, 10th, and 11th. They are a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We will be meeting in each of the planning areas. We will be getting information out to the public on that. It will also be in the newspapers, and certainly anyone that wants to follow this process could find everything on engageparkcounty.com on the county website. So if you would do that, that would be helpful. We'll probably finish up with the TAG group this week or next week. And the commissioners have some work sessions going, and then we'll get this information ready for the public in June. So.
Any other thing from the commissioners? Good.
Mr. Chair, quick question, Darcy, you mentioned the zoning maps or what were released last fall.
These are the
Are they
ones,
revised from what was released?
they're being revised from what
Okay.
was released. Yes.
Anything else from the board?
Okay.
Thank you, Dawson.
Mhm.
Okay, we're a little early. Guess we can go ahead unless anybody needs a quick break.
What's that?
I said, anybody need a quick break or you got a few minutes?
Good.
Okay, I know it was a little rush earlier, so. I guess we can go ahead and open it up to public comment for agenda or non-agenda items. If anybody has anything to discuss, comment?
Mr. Chairman, I would just say to remind people that this part of the agenda is made for basically open public comment on subjects that they might want to bring to us, or maybe something that's on the agenda that just providing us with information. But the one thing that we cannot do is take information during that public comment period that belongs in a public hearing. So if you have comments that you want to make during a public hearing that belongs to planning and zoning or other resolutions that the commissioners might be doing, this particular place on the agenda is not the place for that. You need to attend the public hearings themselves.
Yes, and thanks for clarification on that. I know we, yeah.
Okay.
Any public comment? Any public comment on any non-agenda or agenda items? I would move to close. No, I guess somebody else.
No.
It's not here. I guess we wait for Mr. Blair.
So, yeah, we'll have a little downtime. We have to wait for our next item at 9:50.
Mr. Chair, since we have a free moment, just ahead of the upcoming interviews for the board appointments, can we just review really quick so I don't get us bogged down during the interviews? On the PCTC, there's one seat opening. It's an unexpired term, so it would be a 1 year, one position open, 3 applicants, 1 year term. right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the second one, it's kind of confusing on this chart. So on the state shooting complex, it's one unexpired term that will go, I guess, another 2 years. And we're not filling the other two.
Yes. we-
Are we?
No. Mr. Chairman, if I could.
It's just
explain.
confusing on
Yes,
this
go ahead.
chart.
The conversations that I've had in being with the shooting complex, we had one person resign, which you see was the incumbent, Cindy Thomas resigned. That's the unexpired term. So that needs to be filled for till April of 28. Then the others, we advertised for 2 positions that are open right now for 3-year terms, and there's 2 of those. And that advertising went on at the same time. So we actually can appoint 3 people today, 1 for the unexpired term and 2 for new terms. Is what we're looking at.
So the first on the other 2, the county firearms industry and the county business and economic development,
Mhm.
did we only appoint 1 year? The first year, is that how it
On
went?
Several of those, they were only there were some 1 year, 2 year and 3 years in order to stagger the bill. We had to do that the first go round.
Okay, I do remember that discussion now.
So not.
But
all
now
of
they're
them.
gonna be 3-year terms.
Any
So they're
future-
different than they were before.
Yes,
Okay,
Because I think originally we had to stagger 'em.
we did.
So that's why we did a 2
Okay.
years and 1 year and 3.
Right.
Yeah.
so the incumbent on the Cody firearms industry did not reapply. Cause it says reapplied, no. Is that right?
That's the way I read it.
Okay,
Oh, true. Okay.
Yes. For that spot. It should say anybody.
well, he didn't reapply at all. I don't see his name on the new applicants list at all. Okay.
Well, that's one of them.
And then the other one on the business and economic development. That's blank, so it doesn't say he reapplied for that spot, but he is on a new applicant. So
Right.
is he
and
applying for a different one
Yes, he's applying for the new one, for the fill-in term.
for the county at large?
Yeah, he didn't. Conversations that we've had with these applicants coming in has been that he doesn't want a full new 3-year term. He'd like to do as short a term as we could give him to help finish the build out on the shooting complex. So he's kind of changing where he would like his application to be.
And then the other 3, are they specific to either the firearms industry or the business and economic development? I couldn't tell from the applications.
Those are questions we're gonna have to ask, Mr. Chairman, because I don't think it was clear.
Yeah.
Okay. So technically, on the county business and economic development, the incumbent should have a no for reapplied for that. In that column, it should say no. Right? Because he's applying for the
Right. It could, yeah, could be done.
one above, but these other 3 could be considered for the one above too.
Mhm.
Potentially.
Be my understanding.
So there's 3 open seats and 4 applicants. Yeah. Yeah.
I think though that we would have to. I mean, it's just my personal feeling, we would have to make, as we interview them and look at their application, make sure that they fit into that specific position, right?
Mhm. Which I think probably they will be.
So essentially though, we're done with the 1 year stuff,
Yes. Yes, unless it's an unexpired term.
right? So correct me if I'm wrong, everything will now move into 3-year,
But now they're staggered.
right?
Okay.
So it'd be 3-year staggered.
Yeah.
Yep.
Basically, then every year we should have one.
Probably.
Or
Well, we're gonna have these
Or
two
maybe
the
we'll
same.
have 2.
There'll be 2 in 1. Yeah.
And so the city would be in the same boat.
City did theirs staggered to the same one.
Right. If I'm correct, we have 4 and we have 3.
think that's the case. Are we on a break then, Mr. Chairman?
I would say, let's go ahead and take a break till 9:50. All right, back from break. And then next on our agenda, we have Quentin Blair reference Cody Fireworks Committee. Mr. Blair.
Oh, in case, I'm gonna ask that question really quick.
Where did my SharePoint go?
I am not going there.
Are you sure?
No, she has far nicer hair than. You and I go to the same barber, yeah.
Yeah, please be seated. And if you would, state your name for the record and just make sure you keep the mic close.
Yes, please.
Make sure you're talking to the mic for the record.
Absolutely. Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Quentin Blair. Is that good for sound?
That's good. Thanks.
I am here on behalf of the Cody Fireworks Committee with a special funding request. I think you have my packet, no? You have to be really close to this microphone to get it to work. So on behalf of the Cody Fireworks Committee, I am respectfully asking your support for the 2026 Park County 4th of July fireworks display. This professional fireworks show is a longstanding and cherished community tradition that reflects the pride, patriotism, and shared values that define Park County. Each year, the event brings together residents, families, and visitors in a unified celebration that strengthens community bonds and contributes meaningfully to the quality of life in our region. At a time when many communities feel increasingly divided, the 4th of July provides a rare and meaningful opportunity for individuals of all ages and backgrounds to come together in appreciation of our shared history and freedoms. Just as importantly, the celebration supports local economic activity by drawing visitors to the area during one of the most significant tourism periods of the year. The fireworks display is a free, community-wide event with no admission fees or barriers to entry. While voluntary donations and raffle participation help offset a portion of the cost, attendance and enjoyment of the event remain fully accessible to all. This commitment ensures equitable access to a safe, high-quality recreational experience for the entire community. For 2026, the total cost of the fireworks display is estimated between $50,000 and $60,000, including the professional and fireworks production, safety personnel, permitting, insurance, and event logistics. As costs continue to rise nationwide, establishing reliable and sustainable funding has become increasingly important. Our long-term goal is to develop a self-sustaining funding model that will ensure the continuation of this event without interruption. To support this effort, we are actively expanding partnerships, pursuing sponsorships, and implementing local fundraising initiatives, including merchandise sales and community-driven campaigns. Any funds raised in excess of annual expenses are reinvested directly into the fireworks program in order to build that long-term sustainability. We've submitted a funding request to the Park County Travel Council and are pursuing additional support from the City of Cody, Cody Chamber, Shoshone Recreation District, and the Park County Parks and Recreation Board. In parallel, our committee members and volunteers are actively engaged in grassroots fundraising efforts, including raffle ticket sales during the 4th of July parade, outreach to local businesses, and direct community engagement. We respectfully request your consideration of financial support for this important community event. Your investment will help ensure that this tradition remains accessible to all residents while continuing to promote unity, civic pride, and economic vitality throughout Park County. Thank you for your time, consideration, and continued commitment to our community. I would welcome the opportunity to discuss this request further or provide any additional information you may need. Before we really get into the questions, I want to thank each and every one of you for reaching back out to me. I know you guys are busy and it's a full-time job. I was able to connect with all but one, and the one it was my fault. My schedule had me out of town this last week. So I think it's great that you guys are actively engaged with your constituents, and regardless of today's outcome, I think that needs mentioned. So thank you very much. You guys also have a shortened, abbreviated, just ask on the next page. And then a letter with a bit of the history of the Cody Fireworks Committee. For years, this fundraising effort was handled by the Cody Skylighters. They were better at it than I am. They had it down to an art.
The shortened version is that ATF eventually said no more boys with beers in the field lighting off industrial grade fireworks. And so that put an end to that. The city of Cody held it very briefly for a few months before it landed on the chamber. The chamber carried it for a couple of years. Kanye West, our most infamous or famous, depending on which way you want to look at it, resident covered the cost of the entire show in 2021, which should have been a great windfall. However, the chamber director, not Miss Toma, who is here in support of the fireworks, didn't continue fundraising. And so when the floods hit in 2022, nobody had budgeted for it, and they weren't inclined to reach into their pocket for something that wasn't already in the budget. So the fireworks fell on kind of hard times. The chamber had to pay $25,000 in surplus that year to make the fireworks happen. And the Cody Chamber's just not built that way. I was on the chamber board, and in one of life's great ironies, I kind of led the argument that the chamber could not fiscally support the fireworks, and that if we continued to, we would end up without a chamber. And then about a week later, my wife and I bought a piece of land, and from that piece of land, she looked out over the skyline towards where the fireworks go off, and she said, "Man, I can't wait to watch the fireworks here." I explained to her that the fireworks would probably not happen this year, and it was kind of sort of my fault. And I'll spare you the expletives because we're on record, but the upshot of the message was that my kiddo was going to grow up watching fireworks, and I better do something about it. Which really leads me to the real reason of why I think fireworks are so important. I think it's very very easy to make the oversimplified connection that I'm fundraising because I work in tourism and tourism needs it. I do think it helps the tourism economy that weekend, but I don't think that there's a tourism boom like most people think there is. The wholesale market is largely absent. The motor coaches don't want to deal with fireworks and detours and special celebrations, so they just don't launch. So the 4th of July weekend is actually a little bit soft. And I do think that the fireworks go into maybe negating some of that, the hole that would be there. But this is not a tourism endeavor. If I had tourism on my mind when I committed my 150 to 200 hours towards this, I could find a much more responsible use of time that would help my company significantly more. The real reason is that I remember being 6 and 7 years old and watching the fireworks and knowing for damn sure that we were the best country in the world and being so proud to be an American. And when I watched the fireworks last year, and I'm sure when I get to watch them this year, I'll know that 6 and 7-year-olds are watching it feeling that same way, and that 67-year-olds are watching it feeling that same way. And I do want to emphasize that this is a pure form of recreation. It's not a sport. I won't argue that it's a sport, but there are no barriers to entry. Everybody can take part. It's a community event that is basin-wide. Our fireworks, our pyrotechnic is from the booming metropolis of Garland, and it truly is a community effort. So with all of the info that I've given you, I've also included a couple of additional quotes from Perella's and Casabella Pyrotechnics. I had to go all the way out to Indiana to get this third quote, because chances are, if you know what you're doing and you're good at lighting fireworks, you're busy on the 4th of July. So these are a couple of pyrotechnics houses that actually have more than one crew, so they can send out to more places. So you'll notice that the bids come in about 90,000 and about 100,000, maybe a little over 104, I think. Chris Good, the owner of Pyrotechnic Professionals that's out of Garland, he does the show for as little as he can. It typically has been about $50,000 this year. It'll go up because of tariffs and supply chain issues. But he's been very good to us and very flexible in terms of waiting on a deposit that first year in 2022 well, for the 2023 show, we first met in December of 2022 without a dollar. And he fronted the show until mid-May when we could finally get him that 50% deposit. So he's been great to work with. He gives us a great price and puts on one heck of a show.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair, just a clarification, your cover letter says requesting at the bottom 10,000, your funding source is asking Park County Commissioners for first 7,500.
I was hoping to shoot for the stars and land on the moon. What I'm really looking for, we have our funding each year, we've sought to raise more than the cost of the show. And we've done so. But it's notable that in the past few years, our institutional money, things like the commissioners, the Park County Travel Council, the city, that's been kind of put under strain. We've been not able to get a couple of the Parks and Rec boards to participate. So while I would love a donation of $10,000, a donation of 7,500 would be particularly right sized because I think that would send a powerful message to the Parks and Rec Board that the commissioners are okay with them participating, so that they don't think that that's an unwise spend of their money. So I would really like to get 7,500. If you can find 10,000, I would be over the moon. But even if it ends up being a single red cent and a blessing to those other recreation boards, that would be very helpful.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not gonna let him take all the blame for not being able to meet up. We couldn't connect, and the one time I said I'd call him, I got a call also from home, said I got a cow with having trouble, so I had to boogie before I had a chance. But regardless, I think the exceptional 4th of July coming up, you know, the 250-year deal. Typically, I would not probably even want to entertain supporting something like this, but I still have some concerns with the fact, okay, how far do we want to go? Because I can tell you Matisse probably going to put on one side of celebration. Powell, I know will. Hell, even Clark does. So, I mean, are you prepared to go further? So keep that in mind. I'm just open for discussion here. I like the idea, and if it wasn't 250, I would say get private funding myself, my personal. But so I'm in support of this to some extent, but I'm asking commissioners here, are you ready to go next week or week after for somebody else come and asking for funding in our county, because these tax dollars are paid by everybody.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Blair, I guess my question, it's kind of goes along with Commissioner Teal's question. Because I don't think Powell and Matisse and Clark all do their own fireworks show. Do they all? On
I'm not
the
sure
4th of
about
July?
Matisse, but I know Clark and Powell do.
Powell does their, does Powell do their own? Okay, because that was my question, because I only see, Cody, focus on Cody contributions, and I think ours probably draws, Cody probably draws people from Powell, people from Matisse. So I wondered if you had approached City of Powell, Town of Matisse, or if you planned to. I'm kind of with Commissioner Teal in the same mindset. I mean, it's the 250th. I think it's important. I totally get what you're saying about it being, and I liked your reference to 6, 7. I can tell you have kids, 6 and 7-year-olds and 67-year-olds. It does hit every generation of people. But then I also understand this other argument, if we do one, then we're opening the door for a lot of asks. And we actually last year had to do a lot of no's to a lot of organizations for special funding. So it's kind of that quandary for me.
And I think that that's probably the best and worst part of your job is getting to support initiatives that you know are worthy. And every time you say yes, you run the very significant risk that it'll be the end of the funding model and you'll have to say no to a deserving cause. I sit on nonprofit boards myself. I'm very understanding of it. A couple of things that I would like to point out. First off, you're not incorrect. The other communities do their own fireworks, and you might open yourself up to additional funding requests. I would say that the Cody Show is significantly more substantial, both in duration and scale, and the number of people who watch the show. I definitely drive all over the basin wherever there are fireworks and park my wife's truck under it so that our kids can watch it. So I'm very aware of the other shows. Cody is a little bit different. It's more significant. There's quite a bit more broad-reaching community involvement to make it happen. I have not sought funding from Powell or Matizzi, only the nonprofits that I listed in my opening letter.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Mr. Chairman, I would just say, I think he's correct in the Cody situation, just because of it being also the Cody Stampede.
Mhm.
I mean, we've got thousands of people in town for that. Is that significant enough to spend a little bit of extra funding to allow for that show so that even our own kids and the kids from upstate?
I also would note that typically I'm pretty conservative, and so lighting $50,000 literally on fire and trying to find using the same word sustainable in my cover letter is not lost on me. We are trying our best to make it sustainable. It's not my and I do understand the significance of the 250th, but it's not my goal that we have fireworks this year. It's my goal that we have fireworks long after I'm involved, and that it's set up for the long term.
Thank you. And I appreciate all the hard work on this. And I kind of look at it and I've, like you said, I've had a problem with lighting money on fire, but I think for me, this is a lot bigger, because I think you're going to see a bigger draw this year just because of the celebration, just because of everything. I don't want to ruin the thunder. But I spoke with a guy last night, and something they're bringing in, to the Stampede this year is pretty impressive.
Mhm.
And I've got a bunch of buddies coming in from the range, and they're going to look forward to seeing it. They don't know what's coming, but I think some of the things that I've talked to people about what they're bringing in for this celebration is pretty impressive. And so for me personally, I'm willing to take on the other towns if they come. I'm willing to take that on. This is so much grander scale for me than the other, and I'm not disparaging the other fireworks thing. They're going to do fireworks because they love it, and that's they'll do with what they have. And so for me, I'm willing to spend a little money on it, and then if other towns or cities come in and request something, I'm willing to deal with that. But that's just one person speaking.
Mr. Chair, quick question. If we were to do this, which part of the budget would we be taking it out of? Is it going to come out of ours? Is it?
There's not a place in ours.
I think, and personally, I think this is not the day we need to make the decision.
Okay.
Or I don't know if we do.
Mr. Chairman, I think from what Mr. Blair said, it would be helpful if we made a decision,
Right.
so he knows if we were moving forward, and also can use that with other entities and moving forward.
We do already have a grant submitted to the Shoshone Rec District. And I have my forms and everything submitted to the Park County Parks and Rec Board. I will meet with them tomorrow evening.
Mr. Chair, just a reminder that the Park County Parks and Rec Board also is county dollars. That we allow them to give out to baseball teams, lacrosse teams, golf courses, all of that. We also have our special funding that we always see before our budget kicks in, and how much we cut back on entities that feel that they're more important than fireworks during the one time 20 minute program. So I don't support blowing up taxpayer dollars, especially when we're in a point where we had budget meetings the other day and talking about even paying employees and giving them proper raises or being at least competitive with other entities that are competing for our employees too. So it's, we come out and say, well, we blew up in 20 minutes during the 4th of July. I understand it is the anniversary and there are a lot of things that are going on to celebrate the anniversary. But as far as using money that comes from our taxpayers to light up the sky for 20 minutes, I'm certainly not in favor of that. And I've talked to Mr. Blair about that, and that even in Powell, even in Cowley, where a lot of the Powell people go to watch the fireworks, even in Byron, afterwards, there's opportunities to see fireworks, and everybody in Powell blowing them up all over the area where I'm usually trying to fall asleep, but I'm right next to the county. So, so no, I'm not in favor of using taxpayer dollars to blow up when we have issues, and we've even cried to our legislators about needing more money. And I think the message that we're giving up this money for a celebration, I think makes our pleas a little bit hollow. So I think that it's in the past. I know the Powell Fire Department ran their program and didn't ask for any government funds, and it seemed to go good until somebody dropped the ball, and then they couldn't raise money the next year. But they went door to door, passing the boot around. Fire department.
Mhm.
And they actually put a big effort in all their fundraising to get fireworks in the past, but that's gone. People don't want to do that anymore. So no, I'm not in favor of it. If we were flush with funds, yeah. But
Okay.
we've already been speaking up here saying we're not flush with funds.
Right.
And the budget is coming up and we're gonna have the same situation.
Okay, well, we're gonna need to take some action. We're getting behind here, so. We're getting behind, so we probably ought to take some action if we're gonna take action or
no action.
no action and come back and
Yeah.
visit it.
Well, Mr. Chairman, typically I would be right where Scott is, and I'm almost convinced to go with your opinion. The exception is the one-time 250-year celebration. If there was somewhere, which brings us back to Commissioner Simone's question, is where do we find that money? Now, you could still pull it out of this pocket out, and in reality, I'm saying you're right. It's all taxpayers' money, no matter where we find it in the budget. So I guess I'm not willing to make this motion at this time.
Okay.
If somebody else wants to.
Okay. Any further?
Mr. Chairman, as we get closer to, I don't want to throw it away yet because I'm still struggling with it. But as we get closer to budget, I realize certainly want to support the 250th and do whatever we can. May not cost taxpayer dollars, but if we get to that point, but I think we do need another budget meeting or two to know a little bit more about where we're at. So we might need to just say in reality, we support anything that you can get done as far as getting this promoted, but I'm not willing to say no yet, but I want to look at the budget a little bit closer and see where this might come from or what other ideas people have.
Mr. Chair, real quick, Dossie, didn't the state give all counties a fund?
They
What
did.
happened to that?
Well, we've used it for promotions and.
But it was a promotion for the 250-year
Yes, and the
celebration.
Chamber's director can update you on.
You
the
already
project.
spent it?
Well, we're typically not allowed to spend it on fireworks.
Or not? Oh, there was something in that? Oh.
I was actually in the Joint Appropriations Committee meeting on behalf of the Wyoming Office of Tourism. At that point, I used to
That's
serve as
okay.
the vice chair. Sandy Newsom.
That, and I thought, well, damn, there was some money that was already allocated for this.
Sandy Newsom made the request not to be used for fireworks. And ironically, Sandy Newsom also gives very generously to the fireworks.
False, I'm sorry.
All right, let's, if there's no action taken, we'll move on and look down the road.
Okay.
Thank you for your consideration.
Real fast, because we're behind.
So some of the other rec districts have not been able to support this. If they have funding available that they would be able to support us with county funds, would that be supported by the commissioners? They feel like they've been told not to do that.
Mr. Chair, we, just to answer Ms. Toma's question, we did have that discussion last year with the rec districts that we did. I remember specifically with special funding saying that, because we cut their funds last year, and that's where I'm struggling with this too. I kind of lean towards what Commissioner Mangold is saying, is that we told them it had to be for recreation, specifically recreation type things. And I know that, you know, there's an argument that this could be recreation, but I think we had specific discussions about certain things that they had expended on that we kind of questioned. So that discussion did happen.
Okay. All right, we're gonna move on. Next, Mr. Blair, you're up again for your application to the Park County Travel Council. Can you give us a brief just a brief bio and why?
Certainly. Yep. So I am currently not a member of the Park County Travel Council. I was for the previous 5 years. My term began with the Wyoming Office of Tourism. Governor Gordon appointed me to serve on the Wyoming Office of Tourism. I did for 6 years. That term ended this past, I think it was March 1st. In order to remain on that board, I am seeking commissioner reappointment. The chair I'm looking for was held by John Parsons. We, being the PCTC, does not have the autonomy to make that appointment. It has to go through you. So it would be for I believe the next year, and then I would be back in front of you, hoping for a 3-year term. So I've formerly served as the vice chair of the Park County Travel Council. I work for Blair Hotels. We are tied as the largest private employer in the county. The largest employers are the city, the hospital, and the schools. After that, it's us and Walmart. We're both tied at 240. I serve as our chief marketing officer for the 5 properties. I work in the wholesale market, 3 of which are located in Cody, which gives us 343 total rooms in this market. Was very involved in the hunt for and hiring of our new executive director, Michael Wombolt. Very excited to see the things that he will do. Ryan Hauk, our previous director, did a great job for us. He was in that role just a little under 5 years, and was hired to Fayetteville, Arkansas, at a very substantial wage increase. So I think that was a sign that he was doing well, and somebody noticed. So we are in a position with our new executive director, and I would really like to see the transition through and provide whatever continuity and solidarity I am able to in that role. On the Wyoming Office of Tourism, I did serve as the vice chair. I also had the opportunity to go through the succession planning exercise at that level, where we found Dominic Bravo. So in part of my application, I have my cover letter. There's a CV. I have a recommendation, or a letter of recommendation from Governor Gordon, Dominic Bravo, who's the current tourism director, Diane Schober, who was the former executive director, and then Lisa Simon, who's the CEO and executive director of International Inbound Travel Association, which is an international organization that focuses on wholesale inbound markets.
Okay, questions?
This one, you're talking about a new director. Can you really quickly give us a background on the council itself as far as continuity and your time on the board? Are there other members that have been there for a long time, or where are we at on how it's set up right now?
Continuity has always been a very key cornerstone part of the Park County Travel Council. It was established between 35 and 40 years ago. Many of the original members spent multiple decades on that board. Currently, the board is a nice mix of seasoned veterans that have made their second trip through or have had association with the board before, as well as some new board members that are new to the industry, new to maybe the nonprofit world. There's a lot of enthusiasm on the board. There's and I would say there's less continuity and seniority on the board now than there was a couple of years ago, which is why I think retaining some of that's important. I've been on that board for about 5 years, maybe a little under. I recused my seat initially to one of the existing board members before they resigned, and I took it on. John Parsons was our chair. He resigned. He was having a great time. He's done a lot of great for the organization. We owe him quite a bit. But he resigned because he was comfortable with me making that transition and thought it was the right time in terms of board succession, that we could carry it through and meet this new challenge with the enthusiasm necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just a comment, you were a part of it in 2020 during the COVID scare and then 22 with the floods. And I think the group did an outstanding job getting the people back and the visitation back up. So just a little back patting for you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mangold. I appreciate that. And yes, I think that our organization was particularly well positioned to do a good job of that. I also think that Wyoming, being the state it is and was, had a great deal to do with that. We were brave and intrepid and willing to do the scary thing long before other people were. So a bit of back patting to all of us for being part of the state.
Yeah, good job.
Mr. Chair, just add, Mr. Blair, I really appreciated the letters of recommendation. I haven't seen an applicant give that before for some of these boards. And for me, not knowing you personally or having interacted with you, it really helped me to see what other people have to say about you and your leadership and skills. So I really appreciate that, the inclusion of that as well as your CV. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, you obviously have an impressive background and a lot of support.
And trouble keeping my hand down.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
We got 1 second, but getting back to your fireworks, I know you said there's no
I can make a motion if you.
You said there was no personal gain, to be with this, but I think there is. Makes home life good.
Yeah, no, it does. Financially for Blair Hotels, I have no problem saying that this isn't a conflict of interest for my home life and my ability to sleep inside of the 4 walls that we pay for. Yeah, this is a good thing. I will also say that Commissioner Mangold, you are absolutely not wrong. It's hard work, and that's why people don't want to do it anymore. It's tough to just go out and ask governmental entities and private businesses and small households and everybody for money, but I'm not proud, so I'll keep doing it.
All right, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Move right along. We got Hans Odie and Katie Johnson, first deputy clerk of election duty, deputy, to consider election day, election judge pay, adoption of electronic voting tabulars, adoption of 2026 polling locations, districts, and precincts. Take it away.
Your name? Hans Odie.
Good morning. I'm just gonna let Katie present this to you. I'm just here if you have questions,
Okay.
but I'll probably lean to Katie for the answers on that too. So
Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. Thank you for having us today. As you said, we have a few things to put in front of.
Can you speak up into the mic so people can hear? Thank you.
We have a few things in front of you today regarding elections. First off, per statute, Wyoming statute 22-7-101, the Board of County Commissioners, with the advice and recommendation of the county clerk, no later than their first meeting in May of every general election year, shall set our election districts and precincts. And we also have you go through and set our polling locations as well. If you like me, I can buzz through those really quickly. So 1-1 is Clark, that their polling location is the Clark Rec Center. 2-1, 24-1, and 25-1 make up the city of Cody proper. Their polling location is the Cody Auditorium. 3-1, 3-2, and 4-2, along with 11-2, make up our areas outside of city of Cody proper. Their polling location is at the Cody Rec Center. 4-1 and 7-2, that's South Fork and Valley. Their polling location is the South Fork Fire Hall. 8-1, 8-2, 8-3, that's Meeteetse, below and above and town. Their polling location is the Meeteetse Rec Center. Let's see. 6-1, that's Garland. Their polling location is, we're sticking with keeping them at the fairgrounds. 9-1, 9-5, and 9-7, that's City of Powell proper. Their polling location is also the Powell Fairgrounds. Then we have 10-1, 10-2, 23-1. Those are outside of Powell and the Willwood area. Their polling location is also the Powell Fairgrounds. 16-1 is Wapiti and North Fork. Their polling location is the Wapiti Schoolhouse. And lastly, we have 21-1, which is Ralston area, and their polling location is at the Heart Mountain Clubhouse, also called Camp's Corner. And then we will also be using the courthouse for our absentee polling location where voters can come in from, let's see, get to the bottom of my notes here, from July 21st through August 17th for the primary election during our regular 8 to 5 hours. They can come in and cast their ballot in our office. And then also from October 6th through November 2nd for the general election, same thing, will be open and they can cast their ballot. And then on election day itself, the courthouse is used as our absentee counting location where we actually go through, process the absentee ballots that our office has received and tabulate those.
Hey,
Mr. Chairman, could we get a
Motion on that.
motion on that
right.
this time?
Yeah.
To
Mr.
accept
Chairman,
that
I make a
resolution.
motion that we approve the polling places and dates as listed.
Second.
Second, we have a motion and a second to approve the polling locations and what else did you say?
Dates.
Dates, okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, continue on.
Mr. Odie, could we have a resolution number on there?
Yeah, resolution number will be 2026-14.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have per Wyoming statute 22-8-116, Board of County Commissioners is required to.
Did you, I'm having difficulty. I'm sorry. I
No,
got
it's
you
all right.
maxed out on my hearing aids here, but
No, I get that a lot, so I appreciate the feedback. So Board of County Commissioners is required to set our wages and compensation for our election judges. Looking forward, we will not have any changes from where we left them in 2024, so I'll briefly cover those. We set a flat rate, so our head judges are being paid per election $190. Then a flat rate of $155 per election for our other election judges. Then we pay $10 an hour for our board members. So those are absentee board, canvas board. Those are election judges who come into the office to assist with those process. That's hourly $10. And then our election judges are compensated $25 for attendance of one training school. Only one is required. And then we do also compensate for mileage. That's for mileage that is in excess of 10 miles. We pay at the county rate that is set for county employees.
Questions?
Mr. Chair, really quickly, with the last legislative session, and the audits that are coming, like this, the 5% audit.
Mhm.
There was an appropriation from the legislature for that, yes, to pay for some of this, help offset this, or no?
I don't
I-
believe that went through.
So there was no
It'd be
additional
a cost to the
appropriation.
county. That, I believe that's correct. I don't think that passed.
Okay,
And they would function as a board, so they would be at the $10
$10
hourly
rate.
rate.
the audit part would.
Yes,
Yeah.
the audit part.
Chairman, how many people would sit on that board? Is your,
Um, Chairwoman, Overfield will be going to Casper, for the rest of this week to work on all of the processes
Okay.
on how all the counties are gonna handle that audit and what it's gonna look like. So we could return with more information on that for you guys in the future. Right now, we want to use uniformity and work with all the county clerks. So that's the plan for the rest of this week, is to work on them processes.
okay, thank
So
you.
I don't quite have that answer yet.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just a follow-up, then with the audit, is there a way in our budget that we can track that amount that we have to, that the county is spending in addition, just on the audit piece?
Yeah, we'll track it the same way we track if we have to do a recount.
Okay,
Because we have to prove to the state what a recount cost. So we'll track it in the same way that we would track a recount. We will definitely be tracking the hours, the cost associated with a hand count.
okay, thank you.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we approve the rates as stated. for
Second,
election judges.
Been moved and seconded to approve the rates as presented for election judges. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
15?
That's not, just a motion.
Oh,
So that one's just a motion, yeah.
All right, and then last up, we have, thanks to everything, just, it's helpful to clear the air. So we had the Board of County Commissioners do this in 2024, and we're looking to have you again for our 2026 election cycle, approve the use of electronic tabulators and voting equipment. So statute reference for that is 22-11-102. The Board of County Commissioners may adopt for use in any election, in any or all polling locations within the county, any electronic voting system authorized by law. Currently, the only electronic voting system that is authorized for use within the state of Wyoming is ES&S, Election System and Software, out of Omaha, Nebraska. That is who we currently have all our equipment through, that we have serviced and maintained, and we are just looking to have you approve that that is how we will be tabulating ballots for this election cycle.
Mr. Chairman, just a question. I understand they're the same machines we've been using.
Mhm.
There were some concerns or have been stated multiple times by the public as far as the testing goes. And the testing on those being a test block that is provided, ballots. And the questions come up about why we can't make our own test block so that it's nothing coming from the outside. It's done here. We know what's in it. It's run through the machines and see if it matches. Is there been any movement toward being able to do a testing format similar to that rather than the test block that's sent by the company?
Yes, Chairman, Commissioner. Yes, that is also one of the things that we will be covering as an association when we're headed to Casper later on this week. We are looking to continue our uniformity and make grounds in testing our equipment as rigorously as possible and making sure to test it to standards that not only meet statutory requirements, but to standards that everyone across the state can have greater confidence in our elections.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could expand on that a little bit too. So ES&S does provide us with the software, and we do use their software to program our elections. But the test, as you put it, is the test block, or what we call our test deck, is produced locally. So our system, once we program the ballot, Katie and I program the ballot together, Once we get that programming completed, that's when the test ballot or the test deck is created. And so we, at that time, will print the test deck locally. So that does not come from Omaha. That's printed in-house. And in the last election cycle, we actually added some of our own ballots to that test deck to create a more a variety of numbers per each election, rather than a test coming out 3-2-1, 3-2-1, 3-2-1. If there were nine selections, it would be 9-1, so that we're testing all the possible things without having a repetitious ending in that number. So yeah, again, as Katie and Colleen said, we're going to be working on that this week, and we anticipate that we will have a rigorous test that will be acceptable.
Thank you for that clarity. Thanks.
And just to follow up on that, so this test deck that you do printed locally, I mean, you guys are just coming up with it randomly. It has nothing to do with any program they send or how they program the machines. You just program in the machine to view them ovals, but it's nothing they're sending you to. So they're not making it up and then sending it to you to put in their our machine.
Mr. Chairman, so no, we are not getting the test deck from Omaha. We are creating the test deck in-house on ES&S equipment. So it is still a program within our ballot development program, or within our programming. And so it is all the same company that's helping us to create that ballot or that test deck. It's just not, I just wanted to clarify that it's not coming from Omaha, that we are creating that in-house, but it is on ES&S equipment.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Just really quickly, and I don't want to throw a wrench in this, because I understand the premise of wanting a motion for this. But I guess my question is, this is mandated under Wyoming statute. And we have, that we use machines, right? I mean, we've got an attorney general opinion, we've got the
Correct.
county attorney opinion. And so my question is, I don't really understand why we're doing a motion to approve something that we have to statutorily do. I'm pulling up the county attorney's opinion from Wyoming statute 2214-114. Part of it says, for ballots to be designed to be counted by machine, each individual vote shall be determined by the voting equipment and shall not be determined subjectively by human tabulation. So I guess I question the necessity of a motion when we are required by law to proceed with a tabulating.
Mr. Chair, I would answer that just basically stating, so the public realizes that the board is behind us on the equipment that we use. Several years ago, they came in, they got very rough and not so nice with you guys, saying that you did not have to do that. We went through and found the ag opinion and all of that. So with that, I just think to cover what the public might come at you with, that we just have you do a motion that you accept our equipment for this next election cycle.
And in essence, the motion is basically saying that, yes, we're going by the statute.
Basically, yes. Yep. Because that's what happened 2 years ago. Remember, they questioned you because you didn't approve it. And so they came to you and said, you don't have to use that equipment. There is nothing that says you do. We went to the ag we went to the ag's office for ag opinion. We went to our county attorney. And so just to save grace going forward, I think it's just best that you as a board accept our equipment for this use in the 26 election.
I have one other question. I guess it's been this way for years since I've been here with ES&S. Has the state, you stated that that's the only equipment approved by the state of Wyoming. And I guess I was wondering if the state has done any other research that you're aware of on any other voting equipment, or if it's just basically stayed with this the entire time.
Chairwoman over, or, Commissioner Overfield. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but, everything has to be certified through EAC before it can be even brought into the state of Wyoming.
What's EAC?
Election
Assistance Commission.
Assistance Commission. Yeah, and so, I mean, before we went to ES&S, there were several counties that used Dominion in this state. But then we went out as a whole wanting, uniformity throughout the state. And the state helped us purchase all of these machines. And I want to say that was in, 2018, I believe.
Thank you.
So, follow up on that just briefly. So it costs a lot of money for these companies to go to the EAC and get that certification. And then it costs them a lot more money to come to Wyoming and get that certification from the Secretary of State as well. And so it's 23 counties and versus, we might have 3,000 machines in the state where, they go to a city, a major metropolitan city, they'll have 3,000 in their municipality. So there's not a lot of appetite for those companies to come into the state and try and get certified when we have the latest generation of machines already in house. It won't be too many more years probably before we will be moving to the third generation of either ES&S or a different company that may come in, get certified. But at this time, that's what's available.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, this all boils down, we know what it is. Which boils down to the group that wants hand counting, right?
Mhm.
And so back to Commissioner Simone's, it is something that we have to do by statute. I have no problem making a statement with a resolution that's saying we support the clerk's office in their endeavors to use the machines that are required by state. They're in legal opinion back to us, we've questioned this dozens of times. I don't see a problem as an active judge watching the system, learning the checks and balances. I'm convinced this is a true, good, safe way to run the election, much better than alternative B. But so my point is, I guess, I have no problem backing the commissioners in the endeavor of supporting them. So they've not come to them, well, this was their choice. No, it was ours. Because ultimately the buck stops with us. And I'm willing to make the motion today, right now. I move to accept the use of the electronic tabulators. What is, do I need to name the ESS DS 200 and the DSS 450 tabulator machines for the next general and primary and general elections?
Mr. Chair, can I amend the motion, Commissioner Teal? Do you want a second
Give it a
first?
second
I'll
first.
do a second.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, I would just,
Sorry.
if I may amend the motion to say, according to state statute.
That's fine.
That we'd include, I'm trying to think of how to, just so that we reference that this is statutorily required, that, in accordance with Wyoming state statute, I guess it would be 2214-114.
2211-102.
I think there's a couple. Okay,
Well, yeah,
2211-102 is the one that says that the machines are required.
well, that's, both of the statutes say that the Board of County Commissioners may adopt for use.
But I think the opinion on that was basically, I don't want to get into a legal debate,
No,
but I think it was
that's- yeah, if
basically
you have a
that you
different
have to
statute,
use you have to use the machines. And that is in 2214-114 says for ballots designed to be counted by machine, which is what all ballots in the state of Wyoming are designed to be counted by a tabulator.
Correct.
So let's just, without referencing a statute, I'll amend the motion to say in accordance with Wyoming state statute.
Accept the amendment.
Yep, accept it.
I'm not reading that whole thing back.
No.
It's been moved and seconded to accept. What will I say? Adopt the electronic voting tabulators. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, one more point of clarification for the public. This is only for the public. Can we clarify that these machines are not hooked up to the internet?
Yes, absolutely. They are statutorily required to have an air gap, which means that there is no network connectivity from our programming computer to the equipment that we deploy. Nothing's connected to the internet there, no
Okay.
capabilities.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just from what Ann was saying, as far as the length or the life of the voting machines, the last one in 2018, is there a shelf life for these?
Some,
Oh, go ahead. Mr. Chairman, so yeah, there's a shelf life to them, and the capability of them to more accurately read the ballots is getting better and better all the time. Currently, I think ES&S tests to one error in every 2 million ballots,
1 million.
1 million ballots. So but the capability of these readers is getting greater and greater all the time. And so with that comes more security, more accuracy. You know, we won't do 1 million ballots on our machines, on all of our machines together in, you know, in the life of the DS200. And typically what has happened in the past is the federal government has passed down what is called HAVA funds. HAVA is the Help America Vote Act of 2002. And through that act, they have distributed monies to the county or to the states to pass on to counties to purchase new election equipment. And that's how the first generation, the M100s, were purchased back in 2006. 2008 was the first time we'd used them. So 2007, I believe it was. Anyway, and then the state also purchased with HAVA funds this latest generation of DS200s and the DS450 for counties across the state.
and just to add to that, the legislature did put in $8 million to help with that purchase.
Further comment?
Call for the question.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chairman votes aye. Motion carried.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
She's here, so. Katrina's here.
Yeah. Morning.
Morning, you guys.
Good, how are you? Next on the agenda, we have Katrina Southern. And this is for the Wyoming State Shooting Complex board. If you would just state your name for the record, speak into the mic so we can record it, and give us a brief bio about yourself.
Hello, my name's Katrina Southern. I work for the Park County Travel Council. I've worked there for about almost 4 years now. And the reason I'm applying for this board is I have an extensive background in firearms. I'm active in the community. And I also have experience in marketing for not only Park County, but in various aspects such as in firearms specifically. So I feel like those parts of my traits will benefit the shooting complex. I'm already also actively involved in additional committees for the shooting complex as well. Is that as much bio as you wanted?
And maybe give us a little background or interest of why you want to be on the shooting board.
So back before this project was even stated, I saw a need through the community of basically a safe haven, like a safe haven state for the firearms community in general, and always thought Wyoming would be a fantastic spot for it. And once the project was proposed, I mean, I was right on board, and Cody is a fantastic place to have this great opportunity, not only for tourism, but just for the firearms community in general. And so I feel very passionate about the project and want to see it succeed and want to see it done correctly. And I know there's a bunch of stipulations to it, but I've already been, like I said, I've already been on board with different committees and gotten involved as much as I possibly could. So this would just take that one step further.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman, one of the positions is for business and economic development, which
Mhm.
I'm thinking that would be the one that you're looking at.
Yeah.
It is a 3-year term.
Okay.
Any issues with time, making meetings, doing any of those kinds of things with your other employment, which should match okay?
Yeah.
Just checking.
It matches pretty well.
Okay.
They're already aware and they support it.
Thank you.
Got it.
What kind of guns you have?
Small boating accident.
As far as reaching out, I suppose it won't be just like the United States. The marketing would have to go worldwide for an event like this. What's the best way of attracting someone, say from Sweden or whatever? Is it just through Facebook post, or how do you do something like that?
So there's a couple different ways to market firearms specifically, and because of Facebook and Meta and that type of thing, they've even normal digital Google ads, they've put a lot of constraints on the firearms in general. So there's different ways to go about this. I mean, the firearms community, they all read the same 5 magazines. It's a very tight-knit community in general. And like there's different forums that you can advertise in that allow firearms, and it's their community. So having specific like banner ads on their websites, there's different ways to advertise, but with getting around the Meta and the just normal constraints that digital ads have, digital ads play. So does that answer?
Yes.
Mr. Teal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Katrina, looking at your resume and whatnot, and the Joint Powers Board is you have great experience, I think, and could very help in promoting and economic. What experience do you have in budgeting at this point in time? We're building everything, right? So tell me about some experience you may have as far as well, I'll write down to infrastructure or budgeting and how to do things like that.
I mean, with our job now at the Park County Travel Council, I mean, we put together a very large budget and we manage it very well. We understand the constraints. I've worked with joint powers boards before. So, putting those, I guess, working on different budgets through the Park County Travel Council, and then, understanding different laws and stuff that play into that budget.
Okay.
Is that?
Well, yeah.
And
Because if I can follow up, we're getting some hearing pushback, if you will,
Mhm.
on how that money is spent, and is it fairly being spent? It is taxpayers' money.
Mhm.
So I mean, is it being used to the best benefit? Are we bidding the projects, the phases of it, things like this? So are you familiar with any of that, the infrastructure going on up there? How are we doing it? Where were the workers coming from? I mean, this isn't, once it's up and running, it has to stay running, but the building of it itself, I don't have to tell you, we're talking $10 million being spent here in Park County. Who's going to get that money, and are you familiar with that budget?
yeah, I am. Like I said, ever since this whole project has come into play, I've been on the finance committee and I've been on the marketing committee. So I have
That's what I'm.
okay, yeah, yes, yeah. So I have a deep understanding of
I have
where everything's going. Yeah. I appreciate the follow-up and clarification.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Katrina, just one kind of going off of what Commissioner Teal said.
Mhm.
So there's been some, public concern, I'll say,
Mhm.
about whether it's going to be successful or whether it's in the right place. You name what the issues are, but we've all seen them. What do you think from the kind of marketing perspective, the skill base that you have, what is something you think that you can bring that will kind of help allay some of those concerns or mitigate those concerns to the shooting complex?
Yes, so that's a good question. I would say like some of the aspects that I can bring is obviously Park County Travel Council is no stranger to public ridicule. So understanding that aspect of things, I mean, we've managed that fairly well. If we're looking at continuously running the firearms complex, I would say that once again, I've been on the ground floor of this kind of just through committee. This would just be the final step. And we've already started looking at that project as a whole, and I understand continuing it, keeping it up and running is a major concern and spending taxpayer money. So we've already started, and I've worked with Patrick on this already started kind of figuring out how we were going to supplement income. I've already been working with them on reaching out to other players in the firearm industry, as well as any other support that we can give the complex. Did that answer your question? As
So
well?
I think your answer is more from the PCTC perspective, but I'm looking more for as a board member, if you were on the board of Joint Powers, how would you as a board member kind of help with that? I mean, is it more transparency? Is it more time in front of media to kind of get the message out more? Like that skill set, bringing that to the Joint Powers Board.
Oh, yeah. I mean, once again, personally, I have the connections to the firearm industry, working just finding different avenues to supplement that income. I mean, creating those events and having a steady flow. I mean, the word of mouth spreads fairly quickly in the firearm industry, and it shouldn't be too hard after that, but coming in with the marketing perspective, I can help facilitate that. I know there's already one board member who's pretty good at marketing. It would just help facilitate and grow and maybe have a different perspective and different angle towards continuing revenue for the complex.
So it's more like you're looking more at like outside revenue sources that will help it succeed rather than just taxpayer sources, is what I'm hearing you say.
Yes.
Got it.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for coming in and applying.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. So I'm gonna play a little devil's advocate here. As Commissioner said about, the public there's some ecstatic people that are just thrilled through the roof. And then there's that naysayer. Okay.
Mhm.
How would you address somebody that comes in and says, okay, well, she's a graphic design for Gunworks.
Mhm.
So she's in it for Gunworks. So how do you address that?
I'll start with saying that's previous employment. So,
Okay,
Um,
I'm sorry.
no, you're fine.
Because that did come up, because of a previous person on the board being from Gunworks.
Yes, that was, I've also worked with my personal business with Cody Farms experience. I've helped them market in different ways and danced around the red tape through marketing that way. So the Gunworks was part of my experience. It definitely helped expand that horizon in different ways to dance around the red tape. It's just playing that same game in a different organization.
Great. Any further questions?
Have any right now?
Okay, well, we'll hear different people today and make our decision, and we'll be in touch with you probably by the end of the day.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Coming in.
Thank you.
Point of clarification,
Mm.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
the next person has applied for 12 boards.
okay. Thanks for coming in. Now we have Amir Hassett for the Park County Travel Council, State and State Shooting Joint Powers Board. If you wouldn't mind, give us a little background of you and why you want to do either board.
Yes, Amir Hoskik, basically.
If you wouldn't mind speaking to the mic so we can get it recorded.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Amir Hoskik moved here like 3.5 years ago from Salt Lake Valley. Lived in Europe in about 6 countries, in the United States in 3 states. Currently, basically 29 years, pretty much here. When I came here, came with a specific purpose because I want to enjoy life and the way of the life that's here. I can tell you this, that I was looking for investment in the Montana, and then I say, okay, I'll just buy in Cody. Second day, I just put the offer on the house because it just clicked. From my background, basically, I have from the law enforcement professional player in sports in Europe, and here, businessman for the last 29 years. I always had the businesses, formed a lot of them, sold them, and been successful. Where I'm major, it's in majority in real estate. I was general contractor, developer, real estate broker, mortgage broker, even insurance agent. So whenever something is challenging me, I basically go and learn. And I don't want to allow anyone to make a fool of me, basically, or take advantage. When I came in the Cody, I can tell you that basically I'm kind of active part of community immediately. I just want to participate in activities and see how can my skills, experience, and knowledge improve whatever I have dedicated. Is it neighbor? I have included myself in a lot of nonprofits. I'm serving currently in the airport board from the city. I went through the Citizen Academy where I would say, really introduced to something that was wonderful, that I think that every citizen needs to do it. Join elections immediately in the last few as a volunteer. So as a semi-retire, I just want to dedicate the time community because that's what I see, that if I'm participating as an active part, that I can basically stay for long, because for me, this is basically my last destination. So I want to be sure that I can be here in 20, 30 years and bring good to my community that will benefit from me.
Great, thanks. Questions, Mr. Mango?
Thanks for applying. What is generational business strategies?
So 15 years ago, me and my wife, from our combined experience, we started first advanced business consulting in Utah. And because that didn't exist, name was already taken in the Wyoming. So we changed to generational business strategies. She's a specialist in that, basically bridging generational gap in communication, attitude, and everything else. So she's kind of a generational whisperer. And where am I coming? Because from my military law enforcement background and everything what I did in managing positions, is structuring, organizing, and basically putting companies together. So we are business consultant for startups to biggest companies like $250 million. All nationwide, we have even international clients.
So with that experience, would that apply more to the Park County Travel Council or the shooting complex?
So when I saw basically a few weeks ago that you're looking, I said, okay, I want to serve it. I'm known for someone when go somewhere that I first learn and find out where I can be the best. In the Park County Travel Council, I think that from my world travel experience, I'm really traveling a lot, that I can contribute from different aspects, and my paradigm is a little bit specific. From my law enforcement, and I would say I'm hunter, I go not only here, but also like South Africa and somewhere else hunting, that I can bring community that will benefit from the shooting complex. So
Mr. Goldfield?
I guess, and just hearing you say that and wondering about your travel, the commitments on these, as far as the boards are, both of them meet once a month.
Mhm.
Are there any issues? And I think the shooting complex board is a 3-year term. The Park County Travel Council is just a 1-year at this point, unexpired term. Any issues with being available for the meetings? Because I don't know that they always offer a Zoom link, and that kind of thing.
No, I don't see any issue because I'm already in the airport board. I never missed a meeting. The last January meeting, I was basically in Dominican Republic, so I had the Zoom. I always basically accommodate to see that I'm participating, because I'm not just a guy that needs to warm up the chair. I would even say I hate wasting my time or someone else's time. If I cannot contribute, please let me know, especially if somebody is better, just find it. I just want to be sure that this community deserves the right people on the right positions, or basically that they can give the best.
Thank you.
You know,
Any other questions?
So.
Okay. What we'll do, sir, is we got more interviews for both positions, and so we're gonna conduct them throughout the day. We'll try to make a decision today and get back with you today.
thank you. Really appreciate
Thanks for
it.
coming in.
Appreciate it. Have a nice day.
You too. Okay, we're a few minutes ahead, but we'll go ahead and start. It's not a public meeting. So next we have,
No. Yeah, that's, Mr. Chairman, that is one thing to note on the graphic that we had with these. Amir is not under the shooting complex thing, so there's actually one more person. So there's 1, 2, 3, 5 people. There's 5 people for 3 streets.
we got the application.
Yeah, we do
Yeah.
have the application.
Okay. Next, we have Erica Decker from Park County Planning and Zoning, reference Country Life MS 87 final plat and SIA.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The staff report packet was provided to you and the applicant in advance of this meeting. All facts are within the packet, and I will now summarize the key findings from the material. The complete packet will remain in the official file in the Planning and Zoning Department. William Coons with Intermountain Engineering LLC, the applicant, on behalf of Big Bear Motel LLC, the landowner, submitted a final plat application requesting approval of the final plat of Country Life MS 87, a 4-lot subdivision consisting of one 7.39 acre lot, one 8.08 acre lot, one 10.5 acre lot, and one 18.69 acre lot, each for residential and commercial use. They're also requesting approval of the subdivision improvements agreement, which was approved as to form by the county attorney's office on February 11th, 2026. Ownership has been affirmed by warranty deed to Big Bear Motel LLC. The applicable regulations for this development are the Park County, Wyoming 2015 Development Standards and Regulations. This subdivision is classified as a minor subdivision. The property is in the General Rural Powell zoning district, and the lot sizes proposed are consistent with that zoning district. State Highway 14A crosses the parcel, and the highway lands were deeded to the Transportation Commission, leaving a narrow strip of unusable land along the southern boundary of the proposed lots. The property is vacant, irrigated land and relatively flat. No public comments have been received. The applicant has provided sufficient easements and identified them on the final plat. The applicant has also provided a water distribution plan to the Planning and Zoning Department. The applicant has placed the appropriate notes and conditions on the final plat with regard to the potential for engineered septic systems, well water quality, permitting requirements for wells with the State Engineer's Office, and the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act. Applicable final plat specifications have been met according to appendices 3, 5, and 7 of the regulations. Should the board choose to approve Country Life MS 87 final plat, as well as the subdivision improvements agreement, staff recommends the following conditions. Condition 1, the approval of this final plat shall expire after 18 months unless the final plat is signed by the chairman of the board and recorded by the clerk and recorder. Upon written request in advance of the date of expiration and for good cause shown, the board may grant one extension of time for a period not to exceed 6 months. Condition 2, the applicant shall record the approved subdivision improvements agreement in the office of the clerk and recorder prior to initiating the required improvements. Condition 3, the applicant shall complete the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement timely and provide evidence of completion of all improvements to the Planning and Zoning Department. Condition 4, after the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement have been met and the applicant has been notified of such by the Planning and Zoning Director, the applicant shall provide the final Mylar to the Planning and Zoning Department to be reviewed and signed by the Chairman of the Board of County Commissioners. Condition 5, once condition 2 through 4 have been met, the applicant, in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff, shall record the final plat and all required final plat submissions in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And condition 6, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18-5-306. We stand by for questions.
Question for staff?
Mr. Chair, just really quick on your number 6, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations.
Yes.
Up above, you say that this falls under this application came under the DSR 2015. On condition 6, are they falling under 2015 or 2025?
I think approval of the actual subdivision is under the 2015 regulations.
But then the condition is the applicant shall otherwise comply with the standards in the Park County Development. I just think we probably need to clarify if it's which one, because above it's saying that they fall under 2015, but going forward, they should probably fall under 25, I would guess, but I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I think all requirements would have to be consistent with 2025. Is my understanding, or I'm sorry, 2015.
Yeah.
2015, the original DSR when this began. Commissioner Simone, that's my
So
understanding.
going forward, the applicant has to comply with the standards in 2015.
Mr. Chair, I think Commissioner Simone, I believe the date of which we approve or if we approve would confirm because we haven't adopted the 2015 or 2020.
24, the DSR 1 we have adopted.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess that's
Mhm.
a good, I mean, we could easily modify condition 6 to in that to confirm that it would be set with the 2015 regular DSR.
Okay.
Yeah,
Commissioner
that's a good point.
I think that could be important in the future. We don't know what could go backwards, but when we are looking some of these things up now in history, it would be really helpful to know
It could.
what it had to follow. So it may not hurt to add to that sentence that or to that condition that it is the 2015 because that's what it was applied for under.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, I do have one other question and it's relation to condition 3. Just so I'm following how this all works, right? The subdivision improvement agreement, it has to be done in a timely manner. So it ultimately that has to be done prior to the 18 months, right? I mean,
Before
in
being
order to
recorded.
get
Yes, that is correct.
expiration, it has to be done. So,
Yes.
okay.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Sorry, I caught the end of your discussion about which regulations should apply. What did you land on?
That we should add the 2015 statement in that with that condition.
Otherwise comply with the 2015 standards is the understanding.
Yes.
No.
No, this is.
Final.
And it was applied for, Mr. Chairman, by understanding, it's mentioned up above that it was 2015 regulations that it was applied under. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that should be correct. Any further discussion? So, Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we, I think we have to do 2 here, that we approve the subdivision improvements agreement as presented.
Second.
been moved and seconded to approve. Okay.
Subdivision.
Subdivision improvement agreement. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Was carried.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to approve the final plat with staff conditions, or the final plat for, sorry, I have to scroll all the way up.
MS-87.
MS-87 with conditions, staff conditions, and amending condition 6 to say that the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Regulations, the 2015 Park County Development Regulations.
Second,
Then move a second to approve the MS 87 final plat with the amendment to conditions 6 and comply with the 2015 regulations. Any further discussion? All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you.
At least it won't be a hemp field anymore. It used to be a hemp field.
Yes, it did.
Oh,
And after the first year,
now I know what
a
it was.
bunch of, they put up a bunch of cameras. Because the kids were stealing plants thinking they had, but they thought they had.
Mhm.
Oh,
Let's see, what we got here.
Public hearing at
Mr.
25.
Yeah.
Yeah, public hearing at that.
So with that, Mr. Chair, may I be excused?
Yes, you may.
break.
If you want to take a quick break, just be back by Okay, welcome everybody. Next, we have a public hearing with Kim Dillon, Park County Planning and Zoning Director, and Assistant Director Erica Decker, and this is for Dreamy Putts SUP 286.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the staff report was provided to all of you in advance of today's meeting and to the applicant. All the facts are within the packet. Now I will summarize some of the key findings from that material, and the complete packet will remain in our official file in our department. So on January 9th of this year, Scott Haney, the applicant, submitted a special use permit application to us and other documentation. Mr. Haney requests approval of the special use permit, which, if approved, will allow the operation of a miniature golf course. The applicable regulations are our Park County, Wyoming 2025 development standards and regulations. This use is classified as a minor outdoor recreation facility. This property is 5.61 acres, and it's the location of the American Dream movie theater south of Powell. This property is in the GRP zoning district. Minor outdoor recreation uses are allowed in the GRP zoning district, provided an SUP is approved. This property is approximately 1.3 miles south of Powell city limits. It's on the west side of State Highway 295. Neighboring land uses are primarily residential, vacant, commercial. There is an existing, as I mentioned, existing drive-in movie theater on the property that we understand has been operating since 1949. The applicant provided a site map showing the boundary of the area impacted by the proposed use, in addition to the infrastructure that's currently there that's associated with the drive-in movie theater. And you saw that in figure four, Mr. Chairman. The proposed area for the golf course is approximately half an acre. Legal notice requirements have been met. The application was forwarded to relevant agencies as required. Wyoming DEQ summarized their requirements should there be any activities that may impact water, and we don't anticipate any of those activities occurring. The state electrical inspector stated that this project will not require anything from them regarding electricity and their improvements. Park County Fire District Number 1 stated they can provide fire protection services to the property. The Shoshone Irrigation District said they have an irrigation pipeline buried on the north side of the property and asked that that pipeline be located prior to any surface work close to that pipeline. Wyoming Game and Fish had no wildlife comments. Wyoming Department of Transportation stated that the current use has a commercial access permit. And they said, provided the applicant uses that permitted access, they have no concerns. Northwest Rural Water District provided several comments. We shared, of course, we shared all these with you. Northwest Rural Water stated that they have a treated water service in the area. They also said that they have infrastructure and easements located on this property, and they would like to not have any installation of buildings or improvements over their infrastructure because that could impact their ability to provide water service. And they recommended that the applicant submit a site map showing their infrastructure and easements. So, Mr. Chairman, the current map that you have that shows those easements, that is the current map that occurred after Northwest Rural Water asked about their easements. So I believe that map shows the current Northwest Rural Water easements and the Shoshone irrigation easements. And then Northwest Rural Water responded after they looked at that site map, and they said that that site map shows the correct water line easements, but they said their treated water line shown on that map is incorrect. And my understanding is, I talked to Tony this morning, he said their water line is in those easements, but it's just not exactly where that water line is drawn. So those easements are correct, and under those easements are the Northwest Rural Water lines regarding this property. Hopefully that makes sense, Mr. Chairman. Park County Treasurer stated property taxes are paid in full. Park County Weed and Pest stated they will not require a long-term noxious weed management plan. However, they recommend the applicant adhere to best management practices. We have in our staff report that Public Works has not responded, but we did get a response from them. And in that response, Public Works said that they have no concerns at all on this project. We did receive, I think, if I remember, it's either 5 or 6 public comments, and you had a chance to see those public comments. They either had no comments or were in favor of this proposal. As you probably remember, they did have some comments about the state highway and the hill right there. But of course, those, are not anything that we can do anything about. They certainly can reach out to YDOT if they think YDOT can do anything about the hill. But regarding this project, people supported it in regard to those public comments. Planning and Zoning Commission held a duly notice public hearing on February 18th to consider this special use permit application. They heard testimony from us, the applicant, members of the public. In that meeting, Planning and Zoning Commission concluded the special use permit application is consistent with our regulations. They recommended approval of the Dreamy Putts SUP 286 with conditions. The applicant provided a statement how compatibility will be achieved, and I'm going to try to summarize some of the things they said. They said this will be 18-hole miniature golf course. It will be constructed in a half-acre area. The course will be constructed with reinforced cast-in-place concrete slabs. Some of those will be topped with synthetic turf. Cast-in-place concrete sidewalks will navigate the course. There will be a storage shed that they construct that will be 18 by 12 by 8 feet, and that'll be adjacent to the course for equipment storage. The applicant said the drive-in theater will remain active. However, the applicant said the theater and golf course will not operate simultaneously. The golf course hours will be from 11 a.m. to dusk, spring and summer as weather allows. The applicant said there are existing structures that will be associated with the use for the drive-in kiosk, concessions, and restrooms that are associated with the drive-in theater. The applicant plans to have those available for this golf course use, is my understanding. Property has Northwest Rural Water, electricity, and gas. There is a septic tank and drain field that extends south of the restrooms that again is associated with the drive-in movie theater. We do not have a permit for those, and we did not locate or try to locate or investigate any of the septic facilities. The applicant said the golf course will have minimal impacts on adjacent properties. The applicant said any increase in traffic volume should be accommodated by the existing access and their parking. And you see parking on that site plan that the applicant shared with us. Applicant said noise pollution should not be a factor, and facility construction will use small equipment, minimizing disturbances. Irrigation of the ground adjacent to the course will continue. And again, because the applicant said because the property has an existing commercial use, this addition should have no adverse impact. And again, the existing property infrastructure, the applicant believes should be sufficient to support this additional use. No outdoor lighting is proposed for this particular use. Again, parking will be shared with the existing drive-in theater. No new signs are proposed to serve this use. The proposed use is not located in any overlay district, and because of the size of this use, site plan review is not required. Mr. Chairman, we do have some recommended conditions should you decide to approve this SUP. Number one is if activities allowed by the special use permit have not been established within 1 year of approval of the permit or cease to occur for at least 1 year after having been established, the special use permit shall expire and no such activities may resume unless an application is filed and approved in accordance with procedures for review of a new special use permit. The P&Z director may extend this time limit 1 additional year when the activities permitted by the special use permit have been delayed due to circumstances beyond the applicant's control. And Mr. Chairman, that condition we're recommending, that's regulations out of our current regulations. The applicant, number two, is a recommended condition. Number 2, the applicant shall comply with Park County noise, lighting, and other nuisance regulations. Number 3, no permanent infrastructure installation of buildings or structures or grade changes shall occur within any Northwest Rural Water District or Shoshone Irrigation District easement. Number 4, the applicant shall comply with Park County sign standards if applicable. And number 5, the applicant shall otherwise comply with standards in the Park County Development Standards and Regulations. And we're happy to answer any questions you might have, Mr. Chairman.
Questions for staff? Go, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kim, you mentioned the restroom facilities, which I'm assuming would be used for this SUP also, and not having a permitted septic thing. I mean, I'm okay with the use. I just wonder is it in our regulations or is it in our purview to review and update that file because of this use being asked to be used, or is it something we ignore?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Overfield, when you say update the file,
A permit for the septic system?
to issue
Don't know.
so I guess to answer your questions, we do have septic systems out there that we do not have permits for. And we could, I guess, try to investigate and ask the applicant to estimate the size of the tank and the drain field, and we could try to size it appropriately. But a lot of times we don't do that until there's an issue and there's a problem, and then a new one needs to be installed.
Okay, I guess my only question relates to if it was any other SUP and they were starting from scratch, we would require a septic permit because they're providing restrooms to the public with this use.
We would
That's
address that.
My question, I'm not trying to push anything or get anything in trouble. I just wondered how we would handle that because it exists and it's not
Yeah,
perfect.
we certainly on special use permits, when septic facilities need to be used, we do address that. And yeah, we could ask the applicant to size that tank and size the drain field and estimate if that is adequately sized.
We'll see what the rest think. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
More questions for staff? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I'd open up for public comment. Any public comment? Last time, any public comments?
Mr. Chair, I move to close public hearing.
Second. Then move and second to close public hearing. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I know as Kim stated, condition 1 is out of regulation. But I don't like that regulation due to time it takes depending on the SUP for the completion of construction and everything and seasons and things like this. This may not seem like a big deal, but I do know the applicant, they're going to probably try to construct this in their spare time. They have full-time jobs as contractors as well. And in the past, we've always had a regulation that it had to be started within a calendar year. And there's nothing wrong with leaving the part that it says, or if it ceases to occur for a year, that they have to come back. I understand that. But the completion of a year in calendar days seems like a long time, but in a construction season can be very short. And timely right now, April 7th, they may spend the whole this summer trying to get it ready and next winter and maybe have a grand opening on May 1st. I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't like putting a completion date on something. And I know there's a stipulation in there for delayed circumstances beyond that control, but that can be a matter of opinion as well. Is my control, my subcontractor couldn't get there? Well, is it because I didn't contact them early enough? Whatever. I'm just saying, I think that we need to really look at this like this regulation and or and we have the ability with our condition to modify that condition to say that the activity of the construction needs to commence within a year. And that's what I would, that's how it has been for years until our last DSR updates. So just moving forward, if we choose to approve this, which I think it's a great fit for the community, and I have no problem with any of it. I would like to see condition 1 modified. And I'm asking, I guess, in opinions here with everybody, putting a specific deadline when they have to be complete. There's already one in there that says that they have to be, active for a year to continue. I guess going one step further on the septic system. I know there's different opinion, but I guarantee you when it quits, we'll
Oh, I
know.
know.
And then they will be required to put in a new system or an updated system that will be require a permit. I don't see the danger of allowing the public to use a toilet and trying to investigate where an old system is very difficult and costly. If the system works, I'm guaranteeing you when it doesn't, it's gonna back up. It's not gonna flood the public. So I'm not concerned about that, but that's just my opinion.
Mr. Chairman. I understand where you're coming from and I do remember the part where we had them commence construction.
Yeah.
But this is the current rule that's in the regulations, and I'm not sure this is a place that we can change that. We're in the process of updating the regs and we may need to look harder at that paragraph and see what it says, and I have no problem looking at that, but this is the current regulation, and I don't know that we should bend our current regulations on particular processes. If we want to, if it's not worded right, then we need to change it in the regulations, not just on each individual permit. But, and I basically agree with you on the septic thing. My question had more to do with if an SUP has to be approved and we have to prove septic, then did we have to have a permit? So I'm certainly not against the project, just wondered where that would be.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I suppose the business owner would certainly want to keep the septic system updated, especially if there's a good movie. It's probably it's up to his business to make sure that it's good. And since the drive-in's been around since 1948, it's before there was such a thing as an application for a septic system. As far as the staff recommendation on number 1, there is the option of the P&Z director to add an additional year if it's needed, and I don't think she's ever said anything against that. I mean, if it's circumstances beyond the applicant's control, and knowing the people who are putting this in, they can get it done in no time. The construction company that is run by the applicant, so I don't think that that's really a big issue. And if it does pop up that they can't get it done right away, then come back in and just give them another year. So I do agree that, to put this on a 1 year or 2 year or 1 year with an approval, that maybe that needs to be addressed at a future issue. But I think as far as this, I don't think it's anything of concern, knowing the applicant.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I could, the applicant is here, may I ask, did you have any issues of needing to extend that 1 year period to be in operation?
I don't think so. I think we would really like to get it up and running this summer. That is our plan, but whether things, but I don't think we'll have any problem. Ready.
Okay.
Within a year by all means.
Okay, thank you. I still think I don't know how that got changed in our regulations, and I definitely think that we need to look at that depending on the size and have that option, because of one SUP may be very simple. The next one may be, how long has this damn building been going up downtown here? I mean, some construction takes a long time. So I think we need to seriously look at that in the future.
Well, I think on number 1 too, where the P&Z director may extend that time to 1 year, kind of helps cover a lot of that. But I agree, where the other part got lost, but I think we are covered under the P&Z can extend that to 1 year.
As long as there, but it also, it says circumstances beyond that applicant's control.
Well, that
Sure.
could be weather.
That could be, well, and it could
Weather.
be, yeah.
Or
An
shiny
opinion too.
contractors.
The size of the project should dictate it, not whether or not a calendar date.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I think the issue, I agree with Commissioner Teal. I think the issue is the word if activities allowed by this special use permit. I don't know that our regulations say if activities, because to me, the word activities implies that the miniature golf is the activity and it has to be up and running. So I would feel better if the language were like, if conditions allowed by this special use permit have not been established. Established just means that to me that it's started, the construction started, but I totally agree. I see what you're saying. And I think that the circumstances beyond the applicant's control language is a little bit subjective and open to interpretation too. So I think, but I also agree with Commissioner Overfield. If our regulations say what they say, we kind of have to follow our regulations. I don't think we can modify the SUP or the language in the condition, but I'd be curious to know if the actual regulation says if activities allowed, because that just implies that they have to be operating to me.
Mr. Chairman, I want to, that's a very good point, because I read that 3 or 4 times and I'm thinking you could interpret that the activity could be the dirt work beginning.
Mm-hmm,
So, I mean, what is our interpretation of that?
mm-hmm.
And if that's the way, if that's the way we want to interpret it, then I think the rule's golden. If that activity is just starting construction,
Right,
or is it the establishment?
the use?
Completion.
right.
It can be read either way, and I think the wording on it at least needs to be
More clarifying, it needs to be defined.
Or at least activities defines.
Is that, well, Mr. Chairman, if I could, then I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve the SUP number. What the hell are we? SUP 286, Dreamy Putts, special use permit as presented with staff recommendations.
Second.
Then moved and second to approve Dreamy Putts SUP 286 with conditions as presented. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
Fair, I just wanted to add really quick, I just think this is gonna be a good addition for Powell, and I like their name. I like Dreamy
Yeah.
Putts.
Yeah, if you come up.
Catchy. Yeah, it's good.
Okay. Then moving second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chairman votes aye. Motion carried.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Did you come up with the name?
Did you dream up the name?
Dream of the name.
Well,
Thanks for
it's,
coming.
what is the driving is called Dreamy something,
American Dream.
American Dream. Yeah. So Dreamy Putts.
This is
I've done my son, I made it up with my wife and him. I was for Dreamy and him.
Oh, Jesus. Nice.
Don't put that in the paper.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And do you
Okay,
have?
we're a little behind, but next we have, oh, I'm sorry. What was it? 16?
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Resolution. Plug in.
Okay, a little behind, but we got Erica Decker and Kim Delvin, Park County Planning and Zoning for Sagebrush Sanctuary, SS 331 final plat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The staff report packet was provided to you and the applicant in advance of this meeting. All facts are within the packet, and I will now summarize key findings from the material. The complete packet will remain in the official file in the Planning and Zoning Department. James and Colby Allen submitted a final plat application requesting approval of the final plat to create one 3.01 acre lot and one 3.44 acre lot from an approximately 43.47 acre parcel for residential and agricultural use. An approximately 37.46 acre remainder parcel will result from the subdivision. The applicable regulations are the Park County, Wyoming 2015 Development Standards and Regulations. Ownership of the property is confirmed by a warranty deed to James Scott Allen and Colby Lynn Allen. The proposed lots are vacant agricultural lots, and the proposed subdivision is bisected by a high-pressure gas line. The property topography shows a slight change in elevation. The proposed subdivision is within the general rural Powell zoning district, and the lot sizes as proposed are consistent with that zoning district. Relevant agencies were notified and responded as follows. Park County Fire District Number 1 stated they can provide fire suppression. Park County School District Number 2 said they can provide bus service. TCT stated depending on line of sight to one of their towers, they have terrestrial wireless service available. Montana Dakota Utilities stated that the closest natural gas line is on the south side, on the south in the lane 7 right of way. If the lots were to be served by MDU, a utility easement would be needed. The Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality provided a general list of notifications, permits, and certificates. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department does not have terrestrial wildlife comments for the proposed subdivision. Garland Light and Power stated they have the capacity to serve the proposed subdivision, and they are currently working with the applicants to determine how the subdivision would be served. Factors such as the gas line on the property and the proximity to the substation will factor into how power would be delivered. Park County Public Works stated the following. Proof of legal access to the property was not provided at the time of their response. We have since that time received a YDOT permit and a Bureau of Rec access approval. Access will be through a shared driveway. Any new structures or dwellings may obtain a physical address by submitting a request to address form to Public Works. And Public Works has no comments on drainage or erosion control at this time. USPS can provide mail service to the proposed subdivision. The Shoshone Irrigation District said there are no water rights or Shoshone Irrigation District infrastructure on the proposed subdivision. YDOT stated the applicant had applied for access permits and they were at that time still in the review process. The permit has since been permitted. Park County Treasurer, I just received an updated response from them this morning. The first half 2025 taxes have been paid and the second half will be due May 10th, 2026. Park County Weed and Pest is not requiring a long-term noxious weed management plan. BLM stated that there was a road right-of-way for the power line access, but not for residential use. Again, since the time of that response, an access permit has been provided. Powell Clarks Fork Conservation District provided soils information. There are 3 types of soil on the property. The soils are rated low for corrosion of concrete, primarily rated moderate for corrosion of steel, rated somewhat limited to very limited for local roads and streets due to depth to saturated zone, flooding, frost action, shrink swell, slope, and other factors. The soils are moderately susceptible to erosion by water. The soils are not limited to very limited for dwellings without basements or with basements and small commercial buildings due to flooding, depth to saturated zone, and depths to soft bedrock. No public comments have been received. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval on April 16th, 2025. The applicants have provided sufficient easements and identified them on the final plat. The applicant has placed the required notes regarding the permitting of water wells, hazards, BLM access, well water quality, and the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act of 1991 on the final plat. A completed affidavit of subdividers compliance with the fencing statute has been provided to the Planning and Zoning Department. Applicable final plat specifications have been met, and a subdivision improvements agreement is not required since no applicable improvements are proposed or incomplete. Should the board choose to approve this final plat, staff recommends the following conditions. Condition 1, approval of this final plat shall expire after 18 months unless the final plat is signed by the chairman of the board and recorded by the clerk and recorder. Upon written request in advance of the date of expiration and for good cause shown, the board may grant 1 extension of time for a period not to exceed 6 months. Condition 2, the applicant, in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department staff, shall record the final plat and all required final plat submissions in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And condition 3, the applicant shall otherwise comply with the standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 18-5-306. And we stand by for questions.
Question for staff?
Mr. Chair, this is another one that was approved or submitted under the 2015 regs. So just for that same condition in 3. That same language in condition 3.
Any more questions for staff?
So. Mr. Chairman, I would move that we approve the final plat for Sagebrush Sanctuary Simple Subdivision 331 as presented with conditions and the amended condition.
Second.
And second and approved to approve, or second approve. Well, that's a tough one. Made a motion second to approve the Sagebrush Sanctuary Simple Subdivision 331 final plat, amending condition 3 as stated.
Yes.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
Thank you.
With that, we'll recess to lunch and be back here at 1:15. All right, we'll come back into session after lunch. First on agenda, Mike Christensen for Park County Travel Council. Come on up, Mike. And what we ask is you get down there and pull that mic close and state your name for the record and be sure it's close and you talk loud enough that we can hear.
Hi, I'm Mike Christensen and
It'll slide that
that
way
okay?
if you need to.
There you go.
I'm applying for the Open County Park County Travel Council position.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, I grew up in Powell and farmed there and love skiing and riding and being in the backcountry. And my wife and I bought Shoshone Lodge and Guest Ranch in 2006 from my family, and we've been doing that for 20 years. I went to school at Laramie and got a degree with emphasis on finance, and went to work at Jackson State Bank over in Jackson for 4 or 5 years, I guess, somewhere in there. And then we got a chance to come back home and buy the ranch. So,
can you tell us what sparked your interest in the position?
I've probably applied 3 or 4 times over the years. I think probably I applied the first time that John Parsons that this open seat was. And just feel like, it would be great to get involved with BCTC and, see what I could do to help. And, I feel like on the finance side of things, there's that maybe I could provide some assistance, and then just our background in tourism, and would love to see what we can do.
Great, thanks. Questions from the board? Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Mike, thanks for applying. I just, what do you feel the travel council's purpose is?
Well, not only to bring more visitors to the area, but also to support the community around it. I'd like to see more travelers come here and more transportation opportunities, as well as trying to lower some of the cost of, flights and rental cars and stuff. I feel like Bozeman and Jackson have kind of figured that out, and are a little bit ahead of us on that side of things. And, I think with advertising, it's all good, but sometimes, there's a little bit of marginal diminishing returns if you don't have access and provide the transportation needs for people. I know that rental cars and flights for our guests have really been a concern, and we do provide buses to Billings and stuff, and may even have to look at Bozeman if we don't get some additional flights here.
Well, thank you.
Darcy?
Mike, we've talked about this before a little bit, but your clientele and how they come in the conversations that you have with them, are most of them that you find coming here from the United States, within the interior of the United States? Do you think that Park County Travel, I know they do some both international and in the US advertising and stuff. What are your thoughts on?
Well, the international travel, I think after COVID it's kind of, changed, and, we're hopefully we're gaining there. That's one thing that I know the East Yellowstone Chamber participates in conjunction with Park County Travel, was those IRU conventions and trying to get, more people here from those areas. And, I think that the European market is a really good one for Cody and Park County. They are so enamored with the cowboy culture, and, they'll come over here and they're used to small spaces, and they go, you get somebody from Texas and they say, my laundry room's bigger than this cabin. But, you get folks from those areas, and they're just so glad to be here and just awestruck. And I really feel like we in Park County still have very authentic, Western cowboy culture. And so I do think that, pushing those markets is good. Last year, personally, we had a group of Swiss veterinarians that came over. There was a group of 16 of them. So yeah, it absolutely does help. And, especially as the folks from the United States are traveling more to those areas, we need to kind of fill the gap as well. So.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Mike, thank you for applying. Appreciate all of your experience and knowledge and the length of time you've been in Park County too. I guess if you could say what is something that two things, what you view as a strength of PCTC and how you could kind of augment that? And then what do you view as something that could be worked on and the skill set that you would bring to help work on it?
Yeah, I mean, I think PCTC is doing a great job. It's amazing, you know, the reach that they have. The new website's really great. I know that, you know, personally for traffic to our ranch, it has improved the statistics on that as well. And I do think that they're involved with a lot of different things. And also I love the community projects that they do and support. And I guess on the side of what it could improve is, I know we've got a new director coming in, right? Executive director. And I feel like Ryan in the past was a very good salesman, but I think that the finance side of things was maybe not his strength. So I feel like, I like numbers. I was a banker for commercial lender for quite a few years, and I feel like I could bring that skill set to help that. And the transparency of that is very important because they are in charge of a pretty big budget. So.
Thank you.
Mike, have you ever appeared before the Park County Travel Council? Have you been to their meetings and such?
Yeah, quite a bit. It'd be nice to have more communication, but in my capacity as the president of the East Yellowstone Chamber, would go for grant funding, and I've attended meetings and went to the IRU with Ryan a couple of different times. So yeah, I think we work really well together, and I think that there's lots to learn. I know, when I was talking to Jake Ivanhoff, he's like, "Wow, it's a big learning curve," but I hope that I could contribute and add to that with our background in the tourist area here.
Has there been a cooperation between the East Yellowstone Chamber and the Park County Travel Council?
I think so. I think that a potential spot on the travel council, I think, could help just to kind of be in the know. I know when Debbie Millard had a position with the travel council many years ago, that really did help, like what Park County's looking at, and, how do we all communicate and do a good job and all work together, not only the PCTC, but also all the chambers.
Good, thanks.
Mike, again, thanks for applying. The question is I was reading through your information there, and very good information on how busy you're getting at the ranch. You're really 100% how great you're doing, how you built the business, because I know what it used to be somewhat when I was growing up. But so my question would be with like right now, I know how you are, you got time on your hands because nothing breaks up there, nothing needs working on and all that. But come summer, what kind of conflict you see as far as going to meetings, or would you have times during the summer months and all that to attend meetings?
Yeah, I know it is, but talking to my wife, she's like, "Wow, it is a time commitment," but I do think that it's of value. And those are Thursday meetings, I believe. And so also I know, there may be a time that I wouldn't be able to attend in person, but I think with Zoom and stuff, the folks from Yellowstone Park sometimes do Zoom in, but I would definitely take it seriously and make this commitment.
Appreciate it. Any follow-up, any questions? Mike, you have any questions of us?
I don't think so.
Not right.
Yeah.
Well, great. So we have more interviews today.
Okay.
We finish up interviews today. We'll try to make contact with everybody and let them know the results by end of the day.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank
And
you.
watch all them deer.
Yeah, I know.
Isn't that crazy this last week too?
Yeah. Elk and sheep all over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll all have a good summer and get some moisture.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Thanks.
So how many travel council positions? Just
One.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on, sit down, please. Okay, next on our agenda is Jim Fontana for the the State Shooting Joint Powers Board interview. Thanks, Jim. Welcome aboard.
Thanks, sir.
Some of these interviews are a little short today.
Okay.
We obviously have all met you and know your background, and it's
Okay.
very extensive, and we appreciate what you provided to us as well. So give us just a brief background of what you think would help you in this position as Joint Powers Board.
Okay. Like as sheriff, you know, we know about both of our careers. The majority of my career I spent in a major police department border in Washington, DC with 1 million people. Besides working everything from the second most violent beat in the country to doing hostage rescues to being a chief pilot in a helicopter unit, I spent time in the director of public safety's office. Fred Thomas, the director of public safety, was in charge of police, fire, and corrections, $5.6 billion bad budget. And I conducted tests and evaluations for projects that he assigned. The last major project I implemented was a multi-million-dollar turbine helicopter unit. My time that I've spent in Cody is I've worked ever since I moved here at Cody Firearms Experience. So I am a firearms expert in introducing new people to shoot it, operation and maintenance of every firearm from 1700s black powder to modern belt-fed machine guns. I have been doing SOPs, designing ranges for civilian, military, and game and fish hunter ed for over 20 years. I have been part of the Cody firearms community, most importantly in the tourism industry. I deal with tourists, I deal with members, I deal with students, and I deal with every business in the county. I know we only have 10 minutes, but I could run down every name and every person that I've worked with. I've gone to the majority of the Joint Powers Board meetings. I was one of 215 VIPs that was invited to the opening ceremony for the South Dakota complex. I went there and I returned to the Joint Powers Board and gave them an hour presentation. I spent 2 hours with the director who put it together the last few years, what he experienced, what he liked, what he didn't like. I've worked very closely with Glenn Ross, and Scott Weber's asked me to design a lot of stuff and I've turned it in. I'm one of the few people that is certified and trained in designing shooting ranges. A lot of people are in the industry, but they don't know how to design ranges. And I have been designing ranges for, as I said, civilians, military, law enforcement, and instructional and hunter ed. Other than that, I'm very active community volunteering. I'm a member of one of the busiest game and fish hunter ed teams in the state. I volunteered for, let's see, so far there've been 2 hunter ed classes just this month. I also am the regional instructor for Refuse to Be a Victim. I've been on the radio twice with the sheriff's office as a public safety specialist. A few years ago, the Wyoming Board of Realtors attended one of my Refuse to Be a Victim 4-hour seminars and came to me and said, can you do an hour block for just real estate agents? And having been a policeman for 30 years, I said, let me research everything. And I did. The next year they came back to me and said, can you do a 2-hour block? And then the Northwest Board of Realtors in the next year said, can you do a 4-hour block and give us the syllabus so we can send it to the Chicago main office and get continuing education? All of that volunteering. I've given volunteer Refuse to Be a Victim seminars in Cody at private schools, public schools, churches. I was just called last month and asked to put together a presentation for young females, specifically related towards date rape, drugs, white slavery, and because I'm an expert in that pretty much, white slavery and the trends and the pipelines and what happens nowadays. So, then when it comes to also to the shooting, I am a, state police commission instructor, a hunter ed instructor, a national bow hunter instructor, and a training counselor, which is a train the trainer in all 16 disciplines that the NRA has. Which means I make and certify instructors, range safety officers. And as a chief range safety officer, we are the only people in the country that can design and certify national level SOPs. And that's what I do.
Thank you. Questions, Lloyd?
Mr. Chairman, Jim, thanks for replying. I'm not gonna question your knowledge of firearms or training or anything like that, no way, but my question, tell me how down the road you're gonna, as a member of the joint party, you're gonna keep the doors open, self-sustained facility up there.
As I stated first, I've seen the commissioner, she can tell you, I've been to the majority of all the meetings. I think besides the reporter from the Enterprise and Scott Weber, I've been there more than any citizen has so far. When I went to the South Dakota's opening ceremony, I spent a couple of hours introducing myself, not representing the county or the city or the agency, and met with the original $5 or $6 million worth of donors that gave to the South Dakota complex. So I opened the door, gave a good presentation to every one of them, SIG, Smith & Wesson, Pepsi, Coke, all the way down the line. I have had an expertise in implementing major programs for 20, 25 years. And in my resume, I also put for the same 25 years, I've been a custom builder. I've built over 25 houses, 2 hair salons, and then an $18 million helicopter unit.
I see that, but the follow-up, but that's how you get her started and you got her going, but how are you gonna keep the doors open?
We're gonna have to,
These
you have to
donors
do,
are gonna
have to do it
continue
through,
to contribute to.
have to do it through solicitations. And I've made a list of them. For example, Coca-Cola, the bottling plant in South Dakota gave $600,000 or $700,000 to them. So I know we don't have a Coca-Cola, we have a Pepsi bottling plant in Worland. So I've made a list of organizations like that, but that's not, right now as a citizen, that's not my job to go do. But I have given that list. I've turned that list over of the equal of the 5 or 6 million people, that they donated to South Dakota. There's just, I got a lot of ideas. I had the idea of, sponsoring where businesses could sponsor, say you go to Walmart or you go to Rocky Mountain Sports, where they could sponsor one of the ranges for a whole weekend to get the citizens to come to it, where they cover the $25 fee for it. They bring in a food truck so that you get people to come to the facility. The food is free. Shooting on the range is free. And do that just with as many organizations as we can drive. I also, on the police department, wrote a multi-million-dollar burn block grant. So I am familiar with writing grants. When the county I worked for purchased its $8 million worth of turbine helicopters, at the speech when the county executive dedicated it, he said, "Be careful with it. Besides a building, it's the most expensive thing this county's ever bought." So I have the ability to write grants. And I've talked to a few other people, like the Wyoming outdoorsmen have a retired grant writer, and he's already told me that we can work together also. So soliciting
I think
business.
what the people want to hear is that grant money is still tax money. And I guess what I'm asking is, what I'm hearing is somebody's got to still continue to pay the maintenance and the electric bills and everything like that. So where is that income coming from if it is not tax dollars? And I believe your answer was.
Yeah, the private business. I've also, for the past 25 or 30 years, been a private businessman. I built custom homes. And my wife has owned 2 hair salons. If this complex could have been done by a private person for profit, it would have been done. But it hasn't. Okay?
Unfortunately.
That's the best way to put it. If someone was to come to me and say, hey, can you put together a plan for a private business to do it? I'd say, let's not do it. That's how aware I am of how hard it is to bring money in for it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think one of the other broader things I have is being somebody who's law enforcement, game and fish, NRA, hunter ed, bow. I have a lot of expertise influence so that nobody is specialized and nobody's left out. The archery people are still just as important as the elk hunting long range shooters. Even though I've been through 1,000-yard counter sniper school, I still am a bow instructor, and those hunter ed 4-H young FFA kids have got to have just as much access to this range as the competitive pistol guys.
Thank you.
Good. Understood a lot of what you said. Appreciate that, but appreciate you applying.
Right.
And good resume. So I don't have any particular question.
Yeah, I would just echo Commissioner Overfield. I feel like you've answered a lot of the questions that I had just in listening to you and reading your resume. I think you definitely have the experience and the qualifications, and I just appreciate you coming today.
Looking forward
for applying.
to, like, as I started when going to the meetings, and a little while ago when we knew the vacancy was going to come up, Scott Weber called me. Glenn, I talked to Glenn. He says, you have a lot to give. And I said, I'll put my name in. And I've already talked to Cody Firearms. I'll be off all the Thursdays when the meetings are. And as, you know, I forgot to mention, I've walked and ATV'd that property 5 or 6 times. I've been involved since the first day we knew it was going to happen. I've got the SOP about 80% already rough draft. If they want it, they can use it.
Great.
Okay.
Mr. Mengel?
Jim, if
With range safety, have you already put your imprint on the design or?
I've been asked for input, especially as far as the range goes and the concern for long range rifle. It was kind of piecemealed together over the past 2 or 3 years between all the branches of service and the NRA. Well, in 2024, all 3 branches of the service consolidated it into one plan that has to do with fantail and bullet distance. And I've been talking to the retired Marine who was actually in charge of it. And I've talked to him a couple of times. He sent me the whole document, and I've made myself very aware with the most up-to-date national rifle standards that have been adopted by all 3 branches of the military and the Canadian government. And that has to do with using the protractor and bullet design and distance and controlling barrel pointing and everything.
Yeah, I think that's important that people go to the range, they know it's gonna be safe.
Yeah.
For sure.
And not that I'm at the range now, but I'm also certified in tactical combat casualty care and tactical emergency care. So I can teach stop the bleed. Unlike most firemen and paramedics, my son's an advanced EMT. I've been at 3 shootings this close when they happened. Not 10 minutes later when the ambulance got there. And I've been very proud to tell that there are 5 people that are still alive because of what I did in my career. Everything from rescuing people who've been shot to saving a mother and her sister and a baby who were being held hostage.
Thanks
Great.
for applying.
Jim, thanks for applying. We're running on time and
Okay.
we appreciate your time. Very impressive resume. Certainly qualified.
Okay.
So what we'll do is we'll interview everybody today, make a decision and try to notify everybody by the end of the day.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you all for your time.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we go into executive session.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. We go into executive session. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. We'll go into executive session. All right, we're out of executive session.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that the board adopt the proposals as discussed in executive session.
Second.
Been moved to second to adopt the proposals that were brought in executive session. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Okay, next on the agenda, we have Richard Jones for the State Shooting Joint Powers Board interview. Thanks, sir.
Good afternoon.
Richard, we're this is kind of a tight schedule.
No problem.
No reason to give who you are because we all know you.
That's good and bad.
We've heard it.
Yeah.
So anyway, if you just want to just give us why you're interested in the Joint Powers Board and kind of what you can bring to that and along
Yeah.
that lines.
Yeah, I won't waste your
If
time.
you would state your name for the record.
Pardon?
State your name for the record.
Richard Jones.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I have a wide background that I bring to the board in terms of board experience here in Park County and other places. So I'm an experienced board member across many different things. My career in the Park Service lent me a lot to things like the Buffalo Dam, which I've been with for years, and other things. And I see the shooting complex falling into that category a bit. But I've been a lifelong supporter of firearms. I used to give lectures at the BB there on firearms of the Old West in the summer for several years. As a police NRA firearms instructor for 40 years. So I've got an affinity for shooting and the shooting sports. But when I first heard of the shooting complex coming to Cody, I was very excited about it. I'm a great supporter of the concept. I think if you build it, they will come. I think it may be a real plus for this part of the state and Park County in particular. As a board member, I think that's a very significant job giving direction to any project. This is a major project, and I believe I can contribute to that. And my experience in planning and zoning and other facilities, I think, can bring a perspective that many people don't have. It's not just about shooting. It's you could be a good board member, never have fired a gun in your life as far as this project's concerned. And I think that my voice in that respect could be very useful. And I've got the time to do it. I don't have any vested interest in it. Nobody owns me. Well, my wife recently retired, so she's my full-time supervisor. Do you have an opening for? No, get hers up. That's basically it. I welcome any questions from any of you on my attitudes or what I can bring. But like I said, I'm a big supporter of the project. Oh, one thing I would like to say, pass this around. I believe this is what I don't want to see, and I'd like to not have this. It's the editorial cartoon Enterprise from the world. I'm a big believer in accountability and openness and public relations. And those kinds of attitudes, I think, are detrimental to what all of us are trying to do.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Jones, thank you for applying. I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
How do you expect to keep it running business wise?
Well, I don't know the nuts and bolts of the business model.
Pardon?
I don't know the nuts and bolts of the business model of it. So I can't answer that technically. I do have a degree in business and finance. Like I say, I got on the board for the Park County Nordic Ski Association a number of years ago when it was about ready to collapse. And I was on it for a couple times until I got termed out. And they recently bullied me and asked me to come back. But they were in financial collapse and everything else. Today, it's a well-running organization so far, for instance. And you all know how the Buffalo Dam Visitor Center is working. I've been involved with that for a long time. So I understand finance, and I've got a handle on business for a certain degree. But like I say, I don't know any of the details of business details of this operation, but I've got the ability to look at it.
Follow up, I guess, if you are chosen, I would make that priority one, because that's what we're hearing here is is we're making promises we hope that you guys can keep, and that is that taxpayers will not be funding and supporting this in future uh, um, moving forward. It needs to be self-sustaining.
Well, two things I'll say. The Park County Nordic Ski Association receives no county monies, even though it says Park County on it. And the Buckville Dam, as you know, is a nonprofit with no funds from the county or the state, except we might get a grant or something from tourism or something.
We need to make this one profit.
Well, in the shooting sports, it's growing in this country, professional shooting sports, and it's international. And what a lot of people lack in some of these sports and things like this, venues. They either have venues that are worn out and they're tired of going to the same old place, or they just don't have the adequate facilities to pursue it. And I think it's a bit of a hope and a dream, but if you build it, they will come. And I feel if we do have a world-class facility, that over time people have to be a little patient, that it would become a draw. And the extra draw it has for this location is what we have to offer to everybody else. The park, the venues here in Cody, the museums, the rodeo, the history, the culture. And I believe we'd get people in from Germany and Italy and, Alabama and everything else for these events. And they would come and stay more than our average person. The average person stays in Cody 1.3 days. People would come in with their families and stuff, go to their events, do their thing for a couple of days. Probably during that time, their families would be participating in what we have to offer. And they may stay over several more days to take advantage of what we've got. So it's a gamble. I'll admit that. And trying to keep your head above water is difficult. And I'm not really fond of supporting things with tax money.
Right.
Pretty frugal. Cheap is probably the word, but but self-sustaining is always the goal.
No, and thank you for coming. I agree, and I'm optimistic, but I think like everybody, they're a little skeptical too. There's no question, I think that it could bring good money to Park County, but if you bring it to downtown here, are we gonna have to give it to them to keep the doors open? That's the question that I think everybody's concerned with.
It's very legitimate. And you see, there are if you look at places around the country that do these kinds of things, more often than not, they're an add-on. You do have failures, and if you don't try, you got nothing.
Yep.
And it's just tax money. What the hell?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you for applying, Richard. I'm looking at the list, and there are the two positions, three actually, but two, the 3-year positions. One's county sponsored by the firearms industry, and the other one is county business and economic development. So when you think about your expertise in the different areas that you've mentioned, which one of those two would you believe fits you the best?
I would say I have an affinity for the firearms people, for sure. But I think economic development, it would be the side because if you don't have that, the rest of it doesn't matter.
Okay. And thank you for applying.
This is money.
Yeah, thank you for applying, Richard. I'm glad to see that you applied and definitely have a lot of experience here. I guess going back to kind of the public perception, that and we're going to focus a little bit on that. There is positive perception out there. I've heard both, but you always kind of hear the negatives louder, right? What skill set do you think you could bring to help kind of offset or educate those who are very skeptical or outspoken against it? What would you do to kind of offset that?
I think one thing that needs to be done, and the responsibility for part of that goes with the board. And of course, your professional people, your staff, managers, whatever. And oftentimes getting a board on the same page, there tends to be, in my experience, oftentimes a lot of secrecy in these boards. They just don't like people in their business. Well, it's not their business necessarily. It's the public's business. And making sure that you have a board that is open, doesn't hide their problems, gives good planning. That's an internal function of the board, and I would be a voice for that within the board, for sure. The technical parts of advertising and publicity and all that kind of stuff it's out there and there are things to do and can be done. But if the board's not open inherently to the public, that's what confuses people. They don't know what the plans are. Everybody's in a circular firing squad on the internet getting advice. Nobody goes and talks to the people actually in charge of it. I say that all the time to people. They're talking about something that's going on somewhere. They're all talking to each other. They're not coming to the planning and zoning people or asking commissioner what's going on. You know, I ask you all the time what's going on. But when you tell me something or there's an issue going on and I talk to you about it, I know where I got it from. I got it from the horse's mouth, and I can put other people and say, well, you need to talk to these people. That's not true. So having a board that operates with that openness to me is very important, particularly when you're dealing with the kind of money we're talking about here and the implications of it. And the other thing I'd just caution is that something big like this takes some time. This is not going to happen overnight, and who knows what the future will bring. But I'm personally enthused about it and be willing to give my time to do whatever I possibly can.
Commissioner Richard, after the ribbon is cut, doors are open, what is going to be the primary main expenditure? Is it going to be staff, building, utilities? Where do you see most of the money outgoing?
I would absolutely suspect the vast majority of money is going to be in infrastructure. That's expensive. Cement, buildings, utilities, facilities, you can, and with today's cost structure, you can rack up millions overnight just like that thing. Staffing and what they plan to do with it, again, I don't know what the plans are, but I know there's some good people that have some experience in that. Scott Weber is one of them I know who has an experience in the gun industry from that scale with his work with Brunelli and stuff over the years and shooting complexes. And I've been associated with some of the big shooting complexes in the United States in my career. I don't know the business model, but I know you have a plan. Staffing, one thing we've got here in Cody is we've probably got local people that could step right up to these types of positions. They may need, offer, and even part-time. I see it as having a core management staff, business staff, facilities maintenance staff, not a lot of people. And I would see a lot of the staff you need for events and stuff as either being volunteers and or part-time as needed employees. And we have trouble getting employees here in this county, of course. It's true all over Wyoming. But I think in our particular neighborhood, anything to do with the shooting complex, I think a lot of folks would come out of the woodwork to participate and help out. And I just think that's it. But infrastructure is costly.
What about for revenues? Would you say sponsorships or memberships might be the
well,
best?
I think you should probably absolutely have local memberships for people who can use the facility. Should be built for that, such as the existing shooting complex now. That type of thing for people that would use it in that fashion. But remember, these big events, these guys are willing to pay big money involved. And you're talking about big sponsors. You're talking about, we host the Winchester annual event here in Cody, Wyoming. That's a big deal. People don't quite realize that. People come all over for that thing. But when you have an event, you're talking about these people are paying hundreds of dollars in registration fees and stuff like that. That would be the cost. That would be the revenue for the shooting complex. The other guys that get all that money, somebody's hosting it, but somebody's paying, or big sports people are paying for the advertising. You have the Brunelli shotgun international championships. Well, these guys are going to pop in hundreds of thousands of dollars to help support this event. And yeah, you'd get your pound of flesh out of them for that because you've got the facility. So I think that's where the big revenues would come in. And I would think with the shooting industry the way it is and the popularity of it, that there'd be enough monies to support that without having to look to taxpayers. I just don't see this thing. I'm not opposed to startup money for something and a little bit of assistance and help. But over the long run, if a facility can't pay its way and it doesn't serve a great public interest, and a shooting facility, let's face it, it's a sport, it's an add-on. If it can't pay its way, it can't pay its way. So it has to do that. Merchandising, I have no idea.
The shooting complex.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Mr. Jones, we're running out of time
Yep.
here. Appreciate you coming in.
Well, thank
We'll
you very
have
much.
a few more interviews this afternoon. And then by
Absolutely.
the end of the day, we'll try to make our decision.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, anyway it goes, I'm glad that the county is supporting this and y'all are on board because I think it's a good deal.
Thanks for coming.
You're welcome. This is not a dry pot.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Nobody's
Thank
ever
you.
tried to fry a pan.
Yeah.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have Kim Dillman, Park County Planning and Zoner. And zoning.
Hey.
And assistant. Architect. And this is reference county roads
Country.
Country road. It's been a long day. Country roads to MS 95 final plat and SIA.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I will present some of the findings regarding this subdivision. All the findings, all the facts are in our staff report, and that will remain in our office. And of course, you all had a chance to see our staff report and the packet completely. But I do want to summarize some of our findings. So the property owners of this current subdivision are the Smiths, the Sour Wines, and the Bunkers, and they submitted a final plat application on January 29th of this year, including payment and a draft final plat. We did get a subdivision improvements agreement that same time, then irrevocable letter of credit for the amount of 125% of the total cost of these improvements was received on March 25th. And then we received a final plat, a revised final plat on March 27th of this year. So the applicants request approval to vacate Country Roads minor subdivision 51 in its entirety and create a new, and that is currently a 3-lot subdivision. They want to create a new 5-lot subdivision with configuration as follows. Lot 1 of MS 51 will remain unchanged at 5 acres and will become Lot 1 of MS 95. Lot 2 of MS 51 will be split into one 4-acre lot, which will become Lot 2 of MS 95, and will also then create a 1-acre lot, which will become Lot 4 of MS 95. Lot 3 of MS 51 will be split into one 5.84 acre lot, which will become Lot 3 of MS 95, and also will become a 1 acre lot, which will be Lot 5 of MS 95. So 3 current lots split into 5 new lots. In there, there'll be two 1-acre lots created in addition to the other lots. All these lots are intended for residential and agriculture use. And Mr. Chairman, you have a copy of the final plat, and it might be easier to see the lot configurations and their size on that final plat. The applicants are also requesting approval of their subdivision improvements agreement and their irrevocable letter of credit. Both of those were approved as to form by the county attorney's office. Ownership, Lot 1, the current Lot 1 of MS 51 is owned by the Smiths. Lot 2 of MS 51 is owned by the Sour Wines, and Lot 3 of MS 51 is owned by the Bunkers. So the applicable regulations for this development is our Park County, Wyoming 2015 Development Standards and Regulations. This subdivision is classified as a minor subdivision. The property is in the GRP zoning district. The lot sizes proposed are consistent with the GRP zoning district. This property is not located within 1 mile of any municipality, therefore municipal review is not required. Public hearing is not required for final plat review by the Board of County Commissioners. Relevant agencies were notified months ago throughout this process, and we've not received any new agency notifications since you had a chance, the board had a chance to review the sketch plan. We've not had any public comments. The Board of County Commissioners reviewed and approved the sketch plan on December 16th of last year. That was Resolution 2025-84 with conditions. The applicants have placed the appropriate notes and conditions on the final plat with regard to potential for high groundwater, permitting requirements for wells, and the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act. And those were just some of the conditions that you had when you approved the sketch plan in December. A completed affidavit of subdivisor's compliance with Wyoming Statute 185319 has been provided for recording with the final plat. And that basically that compliance says that they agree that a new fence is not required or won't be placed. The applicants have provided adjacent landowner consent forms initialized by the appropriate landowner stating that a perimeter fence is not necessary for the subdivision. The Plat Review Committee reviewed the initial submission of the final plat on February 9th of this year. There were some minor corrections and changes made, and then we did get a revised final plat. That should say March 27th, not 26th. And applicable final plat specifications have been met according to appendices 3, 5, and 7 of the regulations, and the applicant submitted supporting documents as specified in Appendix 4 of the Park County regulations. And again, the appropriate regulations we're using are 2015 regulations. Mr. Chairman, we have some recommended conditions should you approve this final plat and the SIA for this MS 95. One is the approval of this final plat shall expire after 18 months unless the final plat is signed by the chairman of the board and recorded by the clerk and recorder. Upon written request in advance of the date of expiration and for good cause shown, the board may grant one extension of time for a period not to exceed 6 months. The applicant shall ensure that all parties sign the irrevocable letter of credit and the subdivision improvements agreement accordingly. Number 3, the applicant shall timely submit a Mylar copy of the final plat to the Planning and Zoning Department to be signed by the chairman of the board. Once conditions 2 and 3 have been met, the applicant in the presence of applicants in the presence of a member of the Planning and Zoning Department shall record all required final plat submissions, including but not limited to the final plat, the water distribution plan, the subdivision improvements agreement, and the irrevocable letter of credit and the fencing affidavit in the office of the county clerk and recorder. And number 5, upon timely completion of required improvements according to the terms of the subdivision improvements agreement, the applicant shall, 1, provide a letter from each utility provider or special district indicating that the required improvements are installed in accordance with the approved plans for review and approval by the county engineer. 2, provide valid waivers, bills of sale, invoices, or other documentation from all persons providing materials or performing work on the improvements, warranting that the work, materials, and the equipment are free from liens. And then 3, submit a letter to the Planning and Zoning Director requesting complete release of the financial guarantee. And number 6, the applicant shall other comply with the standards in the Park County Development Regulations and the minimum subdivision requirements as set forth in Wyoming Statute 185306. And we're happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman, should they have any.
One, Mr. Chairman, just reading through, and this probably came up at sketch plan, but I do not remember. It's my understanding that the 3 existing lots currently use wells. Is that correct?
Yes,
And
that
the
is correct.
expectation is for wells on these 2 new 1-acre lots.
Yes, that is commit.
We have the
Commissioner.
documentation from the 3 existing, or at least one of the existing wells in the area that the water quality is okay. I guess I didn't see anything, that's why I wanted to be sure.
Let me look what we said. Yes, it looks like, and I'm looking in the staff report, that was sketch plan review with you, and that was in December. Yes, it looked like we have a water sample from lot 2 of MS 51.
Okay,
So we did look at water
thank
quality.
you. I just
Yeah.
didn't see any reference to drinking water. So,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, thank you for asking about that.
Did you have one?
What's that?
I didn't know if you were going.
Well, I'm thinking number 6.
Oh, mine's something different.
Hmm?
My question is different.
Number 6, adding the
2015.
2015.
2015.
Yeah.
I'm happy to do that, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. I will do that.
Commissioner this morning.
Okay, and I apologize if I missed this. I might have missed this. I kind of remember having this discussion on this before. So the access to these 2 new 1-acre lots is shared with lots 2 and 4. Can you go over the
2 and 3.
2 and 3? Yeah. So 4 and 5 are going to share access with off of Road 9.
It, Commissioner Simone, Mr. Chairman, if I remember correctly, and if I can look quickly, if I can do it quickly, I may look. I believe current lot 2, well, and it will become lot 2, has its own access. Lots 4 and 5 have this new drive shown on the final plat that begins in lot 3. I don't remember to be exact. I don't remember if lot 3 will use that same access or not. But my memory is lot 2 has its own access further to the north and will not use this new driveway. You remember? Yeah,
It shows their
and
own.
the applicants can probably address that as well.
Yeah, it already showed.
And looking in the at the plat here, wherever it shows that driveway
Yeah.
Coming off lot 3, I see that. So
coming
is,
starting from 3. So obviously there's some kind of agreement between lot 2 and lot 3.
that was my question. Is there like a shared maintenance agreement with it, or?
There is, yes. So the maintenance language, I believe, is in 2 places, in the disclosure statements, and I believe we actually have a shared driveway agreement that will be recorded that speaks to who will be responsible for basically maintaining this driveway.
Any more questions for staff?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
with that said, I would move that we approve the final, no, let's approve the subdivision improvements agreement for Country Roads to MS 95.
And letter of credit.
Yeah, and the letter of credit.
With conditions.
Second.
I didn't understand.
It's just the SIA.
It's just the SIA, so
Oh, I'm
it's not with the
sorry. Yeah.
condition, sure.
It was throws me off when they got them in one in front of the other.
Right.
Okay, so we have a motion and second on Country Roads 2 MS 95 SIA. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve Country Roads Minor Subdivision MS 95 final plat review with correction on condition 6 to reference DSR 2015.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve Country Roads 2 MS 95 final plat with conditions and the correction of number 6. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Hans.
No, you did 17.
18.
Okay. We're done.
Thanks.
Those are.
Do we need copies of that so that
Uh,
we can all look at it, or you just want to do the totals, or what do you?
but they've already done all the totals.
No, I meant so we could all see the totals.
Yeah, oh, maybe they did. Oh, how about that? No?
No, she just. Oh,
So I'm trying to get,
that'd be helpful. Guess I didn't think about that.
And the winner is. Mr. Chairman, can we discuss we're done interviewing
Oh,
for
PCTC. Yeah.
Are we done?
one or the other, which one?
Done with travel council,
Travel
unless it
council.
was still got to do the shooting conference. Correct? Yeah.
Discuss that, yep.
There's one position.
It's one position.
scholarship selection?
No.
We're gonna get there. She's gonna make copies, so we were talking about discussing.
But we lost Mangle.
Well, before Mango left, but before we even get
Okay, he left.
started, well, we already got her back, so.
Yeah. He'll be, is he coming up?
Never mind.
He didn't say, he just does this.
He left his copier.
Yeah, he's coming back. He just didn't say where he
It was
went.
one of them,
Thank
Brent.
you.
thank you. First of all, I admit I was the one that didn't continue and finish because I was thinking, like what Mango was saying, we do this all the time, you think we get it right, and I didn't get it right.
I've got it on my computer here to where it'll total everybody if you want to go through them like individually.
Actually, Kelly's already told everything.
Oh.
Yeah, we've got the sheet. Yep.
Okay,
We've got the total.
cool. I won't mess
Thanks, you overachiever.
with or under listen.
Do you think he thought we were on a, maybe he thought we were not? That goes for more coffee, but I think it's this past coffee. So do we? You have to do, we have to do three alternates, three or two?
She said three, one for each one. just in case.
So we need three alternatives and one.
That's my understanding.
So I think we go to the
and then
next.
One
We
alternative.
go to the next three numbers.
We still waiting on Scott?
No, we're gonna get started. I've just got to get my copy back here.
Oh,
All right, next we have agenda is scholarships, Park County Commissioner Scholarship Selection. So we all have the sheet for the totals.
Mr. Chairman, in the past, we've been designated, of course, these funds come from the University of Wyoming, from the state. And so with three high schools in the county, we're given the opportunity to provide three scholarships. However, this year, we have no applications from a TC. So we have the ability to go ahead and still grant three scholarships. We just have to determine who they go to, and then also a single renewal scholarship.
and Mr. Chair, I believe actually that happened last year as well. And we were short of Matisse School, but and I think it's only right looking at our point selection as far as scoring. And last year, I believe we gave two to Powell and one to Cody to make up for the Matisse. And this year it's just the opposite.
It is just the opposite.
It works out just right. And I mean, if everybody is happy with the scoring, which I don't know how you can argue differently. I'm gonna go ahead and make a lengthy motion. If I get this wrong, correct me, but I move to award the 3 scholarships to, I put my glasses back on. Avery George of Cody. Is that Melissa McCrary of Powell
Maisha,
and Kylie Merritt,
Callie,
Callie,
Callie Merritt of Cody. And while in the same motion, I'd like to list 3 next high vote getters as alternatives. One being Neva Garcia of Powell. And Isabel Paddock of Cody. Along with Taylor Tolman of Clark.
I would
Do you want
second
the
that.
renewal or do you want
Oh,
to
you
do
can
separate?
do the renewal. Well, let's do it separately, just.
Or I could just say as listed, just to confirm.
That's fine.
The Addison Duncan as the recipient for the renewal. Addison Duncan for the renewal scholarship and McKenna Cannon as the alternative. Does everybody agree?
I would second that motion.
Then moved and seconded to award the scholarships from the county to those procedures stated.
As the score sheet represents the high.
And just for the record, so everybody knows, we had 11 on the new scholarship that applied, 11 applicants for the 3 positions and 3 for the renewal. With a total of 14 applicants. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair. Just to add that the scholarships the recipients have to be attending a school in the state of Wyoming. So maybe that's why we didn't see as many, some may be going elsewhere, but I just want to say how impressed I am with the caliber of students that we got that applied. I found it really challenging to try to rank these kids because they're all high achievers, they're academically great, the rigor of the classes they took is impressive. ACT scores are good, and I'm just impressed to see how many of them are involved in extracurricular activities. And it was a range of sports to 4-H to FFA to band to, I mean, it was just the whole gamut. And so I just want to give kudos to our school districts and also just to all the kids and teachers for the caliber of people that we got to choose from. I think it was impressive, and I'm excited to see what some of these kids do going forward.
Well, and I think reading some of the resumes, what's impressive is you have people who are not just sitting at home. Like you said, they're doing extracurricular, but they're also getting off out of school and working jobs and still getting these high scores, and it looks very favorable on some of these kids for what they do. And some of them, people would think that, you know, it's amazing how many kids that might not go to college on their own because of family situations. But I mean, even though the scholarship's not the gonna put them through college, but at least they're out there trying. So yeah, tough bunch of kids. So any other discussion? Then move a second to approve all those. I guess we already did.
We haven't voted yet.
We didn't. No, we didn't vote. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Joey's here.
It's the second.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we go into executive session.
Second.
Move to second to move into executive session. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. We will move into executive session. Okay, we're now out of executive session, back in our regular session.
Oh, you're thinking.
Pleasure of the board.
Well, I'll have water. I don't have to drink.
Mr. Chair, I would make a motion to approve what was discussed in executive session.
Second.
And move and second to approve what was discussed from executive session. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
I,
motion carries.
Kelly's leaving.
I got two. Was I supposed to?
Nope. Probably 15 paper. Oh, I love that.
Are you?
I'm good, how are you?
It's your knife out. Your knife out.
Holy.
Okay, so before we get going, we got, which one are we on here? Sealed bids?
The sealed bids. yeah,
Okay.
Or sealed proposals.
We have Brian Edwards, and Ben McDonald's for the opening. Sealed proposal bids for engineering consultants for county transportation and safety plan. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to keep this as painless as possible. As you know, we've applied for a grant through the Federal Highway Administration for Safe Roads and Streets for All program. Was successful in getting that. That's to do a countywide transportation and safety plan. For that, we're looking to hire a engineering consultant, an engineer / planner to assist us with that. $360,000 budget. Of that, 20% match was from the state governor's office, so no local match. But for today, all we're doing is opening the proposals, acknowledging that we received them. We received 7, I believe, if I was right, and that should be the ones I highlighted in green there. And so really there won't be much other than opening and where they're from. There should be a sealed bid in each one of these, or sealed price proposal that will go to the clerk's office, and they'll hold on to those until we select a successful. Let's start with Alta if you do. Got a bid? Is that the?
This is the one that you set up an interviewing committee for. toward the end of
Yes,
the month?
yes, I should say that. We've got a selection committee that's consists of Park County reps, including a couple commissioners, and City of Cody, Powell Economic Partnership. The planner's gonna help us as well, Joy Wilson. First one is Alpha Planning and Design. I believe they're out of Portland, Oregon. So here's the seal price proposal. We'll set that aside.
Christmas.
And
That's the price proposal. That's the electronics.
it was really, oh, that's the electronic copy. Check. That's
Oh, they're gonna be okay.
actually these files for.
So they did submit one. Check.
Yeah, this was. At least this, I'll need the electronics. That's a still price proposal. Multiple copy.
Yeah.
Dossie?
Can I just ask a question real quick? Are you planning to interview all that you open, or are you going to review them down?
No, we have a scoring system, which was in the request for proposals. We'll narrow it down to 3 minimum, depending on how it goes. We may do 4. It just depends on what we see, but yeah,
you.
it'll all be based on scoring. There's the proposals, and you got 3 set aside there for
Need a bigger
our
table.
selection committee.
Use the chair.
All right.
There we go.
The next one is from Engineering Associates, local flavor here out of Cody.
While you're doing that, Brian, the ones that are lined out are just ones that didn't respond.
Yeah, they're ones that were on the plan holders list, so they acknowledged interest, and then they just didn't.
Mr. Clausen. Do you want to have her tell in 15 or 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Throw that on.
If you want to get a hold of them, probably like
4 o'clock.
Tell that 4 o'clock. Yeah, about 4 o'clock. Tell them we're running behind.
Price proposal.
Price proposal from EA, sealed. All right, the next one is from. See, there's a reason.
Not a miracle work.
The next one's from HDR Incorporated, which I think they're out of North Dakota is their office that I believe submitted. We'll see if that's, you see it there. They have offices all over, obviously. Well, that's for Donis, that's not this, so in other words, it should be an HDR with silver.
HDR. Thinking this has got to be them.
Let's careful.
It'll fit one of the
You're
categories.
gonna have to open it eventually anyway.
HDR. There's your price.
Still price proposal HDR.
There is your electronic copy.
Perfect, pop it through. This is sure that's well, it's HD.
Just giving everybody one of these open. Okay. Who's your next?
And I'll say too, with it being a federal project, federal highways, they're real particular on their whole process procurement, so everything's gotta be by the book, so. Not that we're not always by them. Next one is JUB Engineers, local office here. Here at Cody.
Well, it's cutting back. I think it's not-
Lay it out. Oh,
Couldn't build up.
All right, still price proposal from JUB is. And the next one is from SEH Incorporated. I would say it's their Cheyenne office that submitted.
Yes.
Did you say where HDR is out of?
I think it's North Dakota is the office that submitted, I believe. They have an office in Billings too.
I
but
thought so.
I'm pretty sure that the North Dakota office
Okay.
has that expertise.
There's your electronic. I think.
Yeah, it is.
MSR is the price proposal. Is that both?
Invite. That's all we got. I'll get list of. And in case I'll make it do, but we'll see. It's the sewer line. If it does, I'll. Yeah, see. I'll hit you up if it's. If I don't have a farm bureau. Let's be in there together.
I think that must be.
Which is okay, it did, I just really just need the electronic, and you can have the rest if you want. You could, I think, as long as, could you just keep it to yourself?
That's.
The next one is, Staley Engineering Associates, they also have an office here in Cody. Staley Engineering. Only electronic. See if you get back, you might look on there and see if there's an electronic PDF of the proposal too, because there may be now. If you can, yeah. It's just the cost that we don't need to see.
Oh.
But the electronic version I'd like to get of the non-price proposal.
Before you plug that in, you better think and know before you tell.
We can chat later. Yeah, I'll take.
What's, what do you have now?
You got Staley. Last one should be forgive
This
too.
one's Staley.
Oh, 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 what did I just, would you? Open?
SEH, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, next one's Staley if you haven't opened
Yep.
it. Okay, so. That should be SEH. I think.
This is SEH. Well, it has SEH written on the outside.
Yeah, yeah, that was this.
I tried to make it work for it.
Yeah, that was me. Okay.
This is the black.
Staley, price proposal.
Staley's price proposal.
Staley.
Electronic.
Yeah.
Well, sorry for the people who have to read these. All right.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Sir.
I hope I'm not the only one confused here. How are you gonna narrow, staff gonna narrow it down to 3 or 4?
No, this committee,
The
that,
committee will.
yeah, that's what he sent you aside a packet right now that we'll give to each of you. And there's a scoring sheet and I'll send you.
Right now, the board.
No,
They-
no, no, no.
No,
You're gonna have a couple weeks to review them.
the only reason we're here today is so that it's
Official.
transparency that we're opening
Yeah.
public.
Yep.
We're really not gonna make
And,
any
no
decisions
decision.
today.
No decisions.
I just,
Yeah.
No, we'll come back in front of the board.
tell me I'm not the only one sitting here going, what the hell are we watching these guys?
We're watching Ben open his Christmas one.
Sorry.
All I wanted was.
Why don't we do something?
I even went to the bathroom and came back and knew.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
We have them.
Dangerous, Brian. We're not gonna do that.
We're almost,
Can we do something productive?
last one right here.
I got things to do, Brian.
Last one. right here.
Watch Ben with a knife.
I gotta haul all this stuff out of here.
Can I help?
You can.
You want me to go get the little cart?
Yeah, the little wagon, you need one of those.
I like that you're cutting away from your, let's not cut toward yourself.
Toward your buddy, not your body, right?
Towards your buddy, not your body.
All right.
Price.
Last one is
Dante.
for Dantas out of Dublin, Ohio.
The thing that I think is amazing is how much work that all of these companies have to go to do these kinds of proposals, what they have to put together and how many
Mhm.
different places they have to send.
A lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
I don't want to.
Yeah.
It is, but the RFPs. Request for proposal.
Oh, absolutely.
Much better than what I have an invitation for bid, you're obligated to take the low bidder and you know what you get a lot of times with the low bidder, so.
Yep.
And if you would give one of these and a stack to Lloyd and one to
Sure.
Story.
Who's the third?
Joy. And I'll send you guys that are on the selection committee instructions. But these are the hard copies and I'll email you electronic and instructions of what to do.
If I have to read these?
Yep, that's the bad news.
Are we supposed to do this tomorrow morning? We're supposed to do this ahead of time?
We're gonna try a couple weeks. Well, a couple.
When you going with speaker?
It's okay. Go on to the next item, if you want.
So, the next agenda item
County Library.
is Brian Edwards Park County Library final closeout and request release of retainage. Funds held on behalf of Broke House Construction.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. One of these. Okay, well, Ben's headed that out. As you know, we're wrapping up construction on the Powell Library project. Ben's passing around, there's a little bit of a summary, and I won't go through it all, but all the milestones, the dates. As you know, this was majorly funded through the Wyoming State Library. Through Wyoming State Libraries, and part of it was through grant funding through the ARPA program, so there were strict deadlines and things that we had to get done by October 1st, 2024. So that was kind of a major milestone. And then we had a a construction manager at risk. Grote House was in place, and they and our architects worked to hit those funding deadlines, but then also try to get a price in place that had to be in place by that deadline while the design and whatnot was still going into place. So bottom line is the guaranteed maximum price for Grote House And you can see that down in the red at the bottom of the sheet there. The original guaranteed maximum price for Groat House was 11,633,687. Their actual final CMAR guaranteed price is 7,757,665, so substantially less. And again, it was mainly because of the way these things were funded. There was a lot of gray area up front, so a lot of the subs and suppliers and generals, and even the architects were really padding their estimates. So that's the best reason and plus I'll say that our architect and especially our CMAR Groat House did an outstanding job on the project, looking for ways to value engineer and save costs. And I think they were outstanding on the project.
Mr. Chairman, I would also say that the Park County Library Foundation came forward in a big way with some of the equipment and internal stuff that otherwise we would have had to purchase through this.
They did. And if you look at the green numbers there, that's a little summary of the funding. The state library grant was the 9.3 million total. And then you can see as Commissioner Overfield mentioned, the Park County Foundation, there's the Park County commitment of 3.2 million, which up to this point have not used any of that. Then you see the task force, the foundation, that was their contribution. City of Powell also waived some permitting fees for us, so I wanted to mention them, very helpful. And then you see the architect engineering fees but I guess for the purpose of today, we're at the point of, you can see the very bottom is, I guess, where I hope to be, would be a consider issuing that certificate of final completion of Groat House. At this point, we would release, $332,382 that the county's holding. We'd still like to hold 43,974. There are a few little things that they just can't quite complete yet. It's heating related on some coils that they're working on. And I spoke to our project manager, Andrea, today, and they're supposed to test that tomorrow. So they're well on their way. There's some things that really won't be able to be tested until when it gets cold this next winter. So and I think they're okay. We'll hold that until basically our mechanical engineer is satisfied that everything's working like it's supposed to. There are a couple other little loose ends, but I think we're at the point of being able to issue final completion. These would be warranty items, and then we would just hold that remaining 43,900-ish until all those items are completed. But again, everybody involved, Groat House did an outstanding job. Awesome building, way big improvement from what they had, and I think it was a smooth project overall. Finished on time, sorta, and under budget, which was good.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, so we need, from what I understand, we need a motion
Yes.
to.
Chair.
And I was gonna double check with Hans, but I don't think it needs to be a resolution or anything. I think it's just a motion and a motion and just, we need to have a record of it in the treasurer's office that needs that. That's their documentation when they release that retainage.
Okay. Okay,
So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion that we allow the chairman to sign the certificate of final completion and that we hold the 43,974 for several warranty items.
second.
Sorry, what's that about?
Can I say something? Okay, maybe it goes without saying, releasing the 332,382.
Okay, just holding the other. Okay.
Sorry, what's the number?
We're releasing 332,382.
Yep, releasing
was-
that amount, holding 43,974-ish. Because there's sometimes interest in things that mess me up.
It's in yellow on the bottom.
Yeah.
Many colors.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion.
Yeah.
Correct me if I get this wrong. But we have a motion on the floor to release 300,032 and $382 to Groat House Construction and allow the chair to sign the certificate of final completion.
Yeah.
Okay, it's been moved to second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Send it.
did you not say and hold 43,974?
Yes.
Okay.
For warranty work.
Yes. It's probably important to have that in there because in case we all forget. I don't think Roadhouse will forget. But believe it or not, it has happened. Yeah. There's several tens of thousands of dollars.
Time to save it. $4,000 still.
Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
We're almost there.
April
What's the
24th,
exciting thing you had all day?
April what?
24th,
Right in.
At what time?
Friday, the 24th at 1.
It's still.
That's the,
Which is.
It's the grand opening of the library.
Oh, okay. We should also do price. Okay.
at what time?
Right after the radio.
Library, grand opening.
Okay. So I'll.
Brian, what was that grant amount and what, or is our
So it's 360,000 total and it's 80-20. So the 20% of that amount comes from the government. So they did the local match. We applied for state assistance to do the match.
for the match? So in a sense, it isn't really other than our time.
Ticketing complex, groundbreaking is symbolic.
Thank you.
Oh, that's prom.
That makes sense?
Yeah, well, kind of,
360 total dollars for
360,000. Yeah. And just for the fun of it, this is
Would-
going
would you
to
do
help
four?
you in how?
So
Reception
it's
or
gonna,
the-
it's gonna integrate with all the county transportation, the airport, cities, YDOT, have a countywide plan.
And come back with a recommendation for
I need
improvement.
to
For
break it.
improvement,
Maybe I can go.
safety,
to
Safety,
groundbreaking and then go
based
back.
on safety.
Growth planning, and then it would set us up for additional federal funding. Should we decide to opt down the road?
Right, and
Gotcha.
it also helps fund the trails along the canal.
Okay.
And I watch him. Real.
Okay. I think Mr. Klessens is waiting for his, wait for Ben to pack horse.
We do that on Friday.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Look, if anybody wants to read one of these, they'll be in our office. Until a couple days, I'll go to Billy.
All right, next on the agenda, we have Mr. James Klesson. The shape, well, wait, let's wait.
I just looked for a couple of nights.
James.
Had my back.
Yeah.
And if I don't come
Yeah.
right, video game.
Do you play video? Not seen that. Do music? You never heard of it? I'll have to look at it.
Not too bad.
Oh, ask him to unmute.
You able to hear me out there?
All right, thanks, James. Next, we have James Klesson via the
Zoom.
Zoom for the State Shooting Joint Powers Board. Thanks for being here, James.
Appreciate being here. Thanks for the opportunity.
James, we all know you so well. We're gonna kind of forego your experiences because I think we already know all that. I guess what I would say is you're already on the board now. No, yes, sorry, you're on the board. So can you explain a little bit to us about what your experience has been with the board and how you interact with, or how you're part of the board?
Yeah, that's a great way to tee things up, Mr. Chairman, other commissioners. I've basically been involved in this thing since the very beginning, and so it was a natural for me to come to you and ask to be appointed to the board last year. I got on the board, thank you, and got engaged in the committee work right off the bat. I think you know we have 5 different committees that have been operating. I've been chairing the infrastructure committee, which deals with roads, water, power, sewer, and all of those things. Dealing with Engineering Associates as our primary contractor for the design. So I've spent a lot of time in the background working on those issues, because if you don't have backbone infrastructure, none of the rest of it matters. And so that's been my major involvement, but I have also worked on the governance committee, helping with some of the legal paperwork that goes on in the background, dealing with issues related to our organizational structure and getting registered with the state and all of that. I've been doing a lot of it remotely. I spend quite a bit of time in Montana these days. But it's worked fairly well to be able to communicate via email. In fact, I just got off the phone just now with Glenn Ross for my daily phone call checkup with him. And so we've been pretty active. I'd probably spend sometimes as much as 35, 40 hours a month on this project. We take a lot of people out there to kind of show them what's going on. We're getting ready to really kick off some hardcore fundraising with the industry, and that will require all of us to be part of a very strategic effort to, welcome those people to the community and entice them to be a part of the place. So I told you last year when I applied for this, I only wanted to do a year term. And the reason I only wanted to do a year term is because I didn't know where my future was. But I also at that time expected that when the legislature passed the funding bill, we'd have money in June to start building. And I thought we'd have roads and we'd have a design done to be building a building by the time fall hit, so we could begin spring construction. And I guess I should have known better with as many years experience in government contracts as I have been, that, we didn't see money till October. And because of that, we just really got rolling about October, November with our side of the roads and then some of the infrastructure pieces within. So that is why I'm really asking to be appointed to fill out Cindy's term, for another year or two, just to make sure that we can get this thing finished. One of the things that's important with organizations like this Joint Powers Board is you need some consistency in the faces that show up around the table. And sometimes a little institutional history is an important thing as well. So I hope that answered your question, sir.
Yeah, that's very good. Thank you. Any questions?
James Lloyd Teal, 2 questions. First, you're still a registered voter in Park County?
Absolutely. Why do you ask?
Well, I know, then I'll pardon my second question. Did you get your mom and dad's house done in Luther? I know you move over there 90% of the time.
Yeah. If I was to, Mr. Commissioner was able to turn my camera on here so you could see me, you could see that I'm taping sheetrock today.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah. How's it coming?
Well, you know how that is. It's
You got mud all over yourself, don't you?
I buy it and put it on myself. That's right.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
It's fine. I'll be done in June. I don't know what year.
Okay. Well, I just know in our bylaws or whatever we set up that you did have to, I just wanted to make certain that you were still going to vote for Hans Odie is running for clerk, in case you didn't know.
I had read that. What I can tell you is that if I do choose to move to Luther, which is a definite possibility, it wouldn't happen until probably 27 or 28. I've got things doing. I've got kids.
County, so I got to watch what I say.
Yeah, I've got, kid things going on with kids in college and such still in Wyoming, and I probably will stick around there for a while. No reason to leave.
Hi, James. It's Dossie.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Appreciate the time that you've certainly put into this in the past. You and I've had a lot of phone conversations about this project, and appreciate you applying to stick around for a little bit. I think the conversation about continuity on the board and the fact that we aren't as far along as everybody anticipated at this point, that might be helpful. So we'll see where this goes, but appreciate your application.
Well, I appreciate the comments. You do have some good applicants. I did read who was also interviewing, and I think you've got some great people looking at it, and I'm really happy for that. because it tells me that there's some strong community interest by some strong community leaders to be involved. So that's a positive for us all.
You have anything? Good. I know James.
Yeah, hi, James.
I've heard of
Say
it.
hi
Hi,
to.
Kelly. Scott.
Well, James, I don't think we have any more questions. I mean, obviously, we all know your background well enough and the job that the board's been doing, or the board's been doing, trying to get caught up. But anyhow, we'll get through we've got to the other interviews. We'll go through all of them. And you should hear from us by end of day.
Okay, you might have to leave me a message because I'm gonna go back up on my scaffolding as soon as I get off the phone here.
We don't work like that. You better keep it handy.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, I don't do that anymore. I quit that about a year and a half ago. Well, thank you for your time. Appreciate your willingness to give me a shot at it again, and I hope that I can work with you one way or the other.
Thanks, James.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay. So I guess first we'll start discussion on the travel council.
Mr. Chairman, I do sit in there and I kind of have a quandary between two people here that I think both would be excellent on there. Quentin and Mike, for different reasons. Quentin's very strong on the board. He also, is involved in the hospitality. He's also been there a while, which I think as James mentioned on the shooting complex, sometimes that continuity helps. And the fact that the board has just now changed their executive director and there's only a few of the board members have been there very long, that's important. And then on the side of Mike, that representation from the North Fork and again, in the hospitality industry, that's pretty important too. So I don't know. I can see both of them. Amir had some great points. I just think the other two, to me, stand out a little bit more on the hospitality industry thing where Park County Travel Council is kind of focused.
Well, I guess I can speak up. I think you're right, either him or Mike, Quentin or Mike, but I guess one thing that stands out with me with Mike, is and it's not even so much the North Fork, it is outside businesses, outside the perimeter of the town, and it is Park County. But I guess one of the things that stands out with him is he's on the board with the Yellowstone. And so that liaison maybe seems to maybe be a good idea between the Yellowstone board and that board is kind of a bridge maybe between us and the county. But I think obviously Quentin's very experienced. So that's, for me, it's a tough two.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think they both, I agree. This is a hard decision because they're both very qualified. Both have longevity in the county, both have working knowledge and experience. I agree. Sometimes it's good to have that historical knowledge that Quentin brings because he was already on there, but I also think sometimes it's good to have new perspective. So, and it sounded to me like Mike had applied a couple times before, so he's shown consistent interest, right, to serve. So yeah, it's hard. This is a hard one for me.
Nobody's come out and said who they like between those two.
It's hard.
I'm gonna defer. I mean, I'm from town. We have Homesteader Days, we have Wings and Wheels, we have Christmas Parade, we have the Plaza Diane.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question possibly for Kelly. Did we advertise for a POW member or do I have an old sheet in my book? Because I show an expiration for all two people in March. One Wyoming Tourism Board and one for City of Powell, Jill Hartman would expire.
The city, I think, gives that appointment. No, the city gives that appointment.
Yeah.
Oh, they
Not
appoint
the
that?
And the travel council,
Oh.
the state travel council appointed Bruce Sowers.
And that's
He
being-
took the place of Q's.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm following what it is.
Yeah.
It's not where they represent, it's who's appointing.
Right.
I got it.
Right.
Sorry.
Okay.
False alarm, but I would somewhat agree with what the consensus seems to be as far as the travel council member to be appointed by us and not be, I'm hearing Quinn, right?
I think you're hearing both.
Both. They're definitely two very good ones. I go either. I can support either one.
I guess the only other thing, so this is so hard because of Mike, and I would love to see him have the opportunity to do this too. And I also know that because of Quentin's previous service with the state travel council, that helps, those connections and just knowing who to work with.
And the other point is that Quentin is the heir apparent, is the chair, is what I'm hearing. Where Mike might send a monkey wrench into the whole
Well,
thing,
yeah.
so, which is fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. I'm still, so why is Quentin Blair not being reappointed for the Wyoming Tourism
He
Board?
could only serve 2 terms and he has completed those
That's-
terms from the
that's-
governor, so he
okay.
had to leave that appointment.
Okay. Okay.
And in all honesty, Kelly and I had this discussion here, Kelly Carson and I had this discussion, but when Mr. Parsons was leaving, he believed that it would just be okay for him to leave and Quentin to move up, not understanding that those are appointed positions and that Quentin would not be still on the board. So we had to go through this process to make it work. So they don't always understand what the scenario is.
That's hard. I liked how Mike talked about his finance background, his banking experience, and kind of being more transparent with the budget, because I think that is part of what if there is a criticism I've heard of PCTC, that is what we've heard in the public, and I think that he would work towards that. So I don't know.
See your sheet for a minute, please.
This one? Yeah. Well, you want to flip a coin or vote?
Mr. Chair, I will nominate Quentin Blair to take over the county tourism appointment that expires on 2027.
Unexpired term.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to appoint Quentin Blair to the unexpired term to the Park County Travel Council. Any further discussion? Signify all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. We may want to make sure we're talking in the mic and so that people are watching from your side.
Mr. Chair, for the State Shooting Joint Powers Board, I will make a nomination for James Klessen to take over the unexpired term that expires in 2028 for the county at large. For the Business and Economic Development, I'll nominate Katrina.
Mr. Chair, can
Souther.
we do one at a time?
Let's do one at a time.
You want to do one at a time?
Please, please.
Okay, I'll just do the county at large position to James Klessen.
Second.
It's been moved and second to appoint James Klessen to the State Shooting Complex Joint Powers Board as the county at large.
Unexpired term.
Unexpired term that expires 4/30 of 2028. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Mr. Chair, for the Business and Economic Development 3-year term that expires on 2029, I would like to nominate Katrina Southern.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to appoint to the Joint Powers Board for the County Business and Economic Development 3-year term to Katrina Southern. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
I did.
And Mr. Chair, for the County Firearms Industry 3-year term that expires in 2029. I would nominate Jim Fontana.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to nominate Jim Fontana to the County Firearms Industry 3-year term expiring 4/30/2029. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed?
I know you could have done it all in one, but we weren't sure you were gonna do it right.
Well, I just was kind of surprised. He was just kind of, almost, he's been around basketball too much. He's kind of a ball hog.
Oh, jeez.
Mr. Chair,
And
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Been moved adjourned to. Motion been made to adjourn. Any other further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Wait.